Hello guys and girls, and welcome to my Angular 15 crash course. I hope you will follow closely and learn a lot of important features and practices in Angular. In the introductory video, I promised you we will not go into theory too much, but we do have to cover 2 sentences about Angular, so you know what you're working in, and when somebody asks you what is Angular, what is its purpose, you gotta know that. So Angular is a JavaScript framework which is written in Typescript. Google maintains it, and its primary purpose is to develop single-page web applications. And that's it from the theory. I will not focus on the theory, I will not go deeper. I will focus on writing code and showing you how to accomplish some things in Angular. I hope this approach is fine. So let's repeat. Angular is a JavaScript framework written in TypeScript, maintained by Google, and its purpose is to create single-page web applications. For any more information about what single-page application is, what framework is, and other things, you are free to Google, but I'm here to deliver you some code snippets, coding advices, patterns, and I can't wait to get to the business. So the next lecture is about setting the environment, and let's go for it right now. Okay, so in order to code in Angular, you need to have some stuff installed on your computer. We need 2 things. We need Node.js and npm package manager, and later Angular itself. Maybe you already have them installed, but it's not a bad thing to go over once again to make sure that you have up-to-date versions. So let's go to the Google and type download Node.js. The first result would be the site we need, and you have Windows installer and Mac OS installer. Since I have Mac OS operating system, I'm going to go ahead and download the node itself. And if you have Windows, of course, you're going to go with this installer. The next thing is npm, but this npm comes pre-installed with Node.js, so you don't have to worry about it. And we will later install Angular. So once this download finishes, you're gonna follow setup, which is very simple. You know that next, and I accept without reading what is there. I just wait that one day some people come and say, give us your kidney, where you accepted those terms. Just kidding. Once you finish installing this Node.js, you can check the installation was successful by typing node-v. And as you can see, I have Node.js version 16. You're probably going to have something similar, if not higher, depending on when this course comes out. And to make sure you have npm installed, you type similar thing, npm-v. You can see that I have 8.1.2 version. Okay, so the next thing to do is to install Angular CLI. I do have it installed already, but let me share a command with you, which you have to type in. It's npm install-g space Angular/CLI. And you're gonna run this, and it's gonna install Angular for you. Now we are ready to create our first Angular application. Okay, so now let's create our first Angular application. Let's open terminal window. I forgot to mention that if you're using Windows, this would be a command prompt, of course. So to create Angular application, we're gonna go with ng. Actually, let's first make sure that we have Angular installed, that the previous step is done correctly. And you're going to check that by writing ng version. And if you see something like this, then you've done a great job. So, like I said, let's create a new app by typing ng space new. And now we're going to name our application. I'm going to name it My Course App, like this. And I will be prompted some questions. Would you like to add Angular routing? I would say no, because we're going to implement it ourselves later on. Which style sheet format would you like to use? We can go with plain CSS, but I'm going to show you some cool tricks in SCSS. CSS is a subset of SCSS, so you cannot go wrong with this one. And as you can see, Angular is creating necessary files it needs to be able to run the application. We're just going to wait until the packages are installed. This is done by the npm package manager that I mentioned in the previous video. Now you will need to decide which IDE you're going to use. I will use WebStorm by JetBrains, and I would recommend it over Visual Studio Code, which is used by other instructors. I have coded in both IDEs for years, and WebStorm is drastically better and easier to work in, but it does require more computer resources. You can work with any IDE you wish, there will not be many differences. I just shared my personal opinion with you because I've been working with WebStorm and it's definitely something I would recommend to everybody. But you can always switch between the two, so don't worry about it too much. As you can see, the application is already created, and now we need to open this application folder through our IDE. Like I said, I'm going to use WebStorm, and I'm going to do that by clicking the Open button, which is here, and I'm going to locate this folder. Here it is on top. The workspace is being prepared, and the README file, auto-generated README file is opened. So let's run our application. This is something that Angular already created, and let's see what that is. For that, you need to open Terminal, which is usually on the bottom for every IDE, and you just type ngserve. This command will run the application. Let's wait until browser application bundles are generated. Okay, as you can see, Angular Live Development Server is listening on localhost 4200. Open your browser on that site. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. Localhost 4200. And here it is. We just created an Angular application which we will examine in more detail starting from the project structure in the next video. So, see you in the next video. Okay, here's our newly generated Angular application, but let's leave it as it is for now and let's jump on the structure. Okay, so as you can see on the left side, this is called the project structure. We have an Angular folder, VS Code folder, Node module folder, and source folder. And we have these individual files, which are not very important for you. I mean, gitignore is related to Git, which is version control system. AngularJSON is a configuration file for your Angular project, and you will probably not have to do anything in this configuration file. Package.json is a file for the npm package manager I mentioned, which came with Node.js, and you probably will not have to touch that file either. README and tsconfig files as well. Node modules are the libraries which you use inside a project. VS Code is for the Visual Studio Code settings, and this .angular folder is related to cache and Webpack. That is also something you will need. What is the most important is this source folder right over here. As you can see, we have app, assets, environments, folders, and these individual files, which is favicon, small icon in the browser tab, index.html, which is standard the main point of entry of every website. As you can see in the body, we are adding a root component. We're going to talk about components later on. Main, polyfills, styles, test, not so important. But what is important is these three folders. Environments is just something you will use to determine whether you are in production or not, or something else you wish to add. I'm not sure whether we will cover this inside this course. I believe not. This is something very advanced. Assets is a place where you put your images, fonts, music files, or something else. And inside the app is where the fun starts. At the moment, we have one HTML file, one CSS file, one TypeScript file, one module, and one testing file. We want to structure this app folder to have a nice structure which is easy to navigate through. I have created a sample file and I'm going to attach it to this course, and I'm not sure how I named it, but it's definitely something like, yeah, here it is, project structure draw io.pdf. Here it is. This is how to structure your projects for real world applications. I mean, I've been coding in years, and this is something I always use even today. So source folder and app folder look familiar. And inside the app folder, I like to put core, models, modules, and services folders. This is because I want to separate my interfaces and enumerations from modules and from services and from the core stuff. In the core, you can put a constant file with some predefined constant variables. Constant variables doesn't make sense. Constant attributes, yeah. And assets, we've created images folder like you already saw. So let's copy this structure like this. We have modules, we have models. You can do this for every project you create. We have services. And if you've noticed inside of modules, I have one shared module, which I use for some things that are being shared throughout the entire application. We will discuss that later on. We're just going to create shared services modules, assets, yeah, core. Okay, yeah, so that's it. You can save this PDF file for your reference for your future projects, but this is it so far. The next thing we're going to do is to install some common libraries that will make your development much easier. Okay, so 90% of all of your projects will either use Bootstrap or Angular Material Framework. So what are these? These frameworks are an easy plug-and-play way of adding styled elements on the website, as well as using already implemented solutions to accomplish your goals. So let's have a demo look. As you can see, I have a number of components here. For example, alert, which you can see are a nice way of showing some alerts within the application. And if I click code, I can copy and paste this and have the exact same thing inside my application. But of course, this is only if I install this ngBootstrap library into the project. But let's see what Angular Material has to offer as well. You can see the design is a little bit different. It's similar to Android operating system. And Angular Material is something which is more commonly used. So that's why we're going to implement something like this inside of our application. To do so, let's go to Get Started and follow the instructions. Okay, they said we need to add this line of code to run it inside the terminal window. But for this, here's a pro tip. I suggest canceling the running process of this project. As you can see, I pressed Ctrl+C to stop this, and I'm gonna add this command, which will prompt me some questions. The package will be installed, yes. Next, It's probably going to ask me which theme I would like to use. Yeah, let's go with Indigo Pink version. There's no need to set up global Angular material typography styles. Yes, Angular animations. And let's wait for a couple of seconds, and here it is. And now we want to see what do we want to run inside of our application. Let's go with these buttons or card. Let's go with the card. Simple card. Okay, we're gonna copy this text and we're going to open from the project structure app component, delete everything, and paste this simple card is here. Okay, in order to use this met card, as you can see, component and directive matching met card element is out of the current Angular module TS scope. So we have to import met card module. This suggestion is offered to me by WebStorm, but if you're using a different IDE, don't forget to do this manually inside app.module. So inside this imports array, you just add a module which you're using. In this case, we're using met card, so we will add met card module. And now we are ready to run our application, and we do that, if you remember, by running ngserve. If you remember from the previous video, this command will run our application on port 4200. Let's check it out. Here it is. As you can see, simple card is here, and the design is the same except the width, which we can of course alter, is the same as here. And we can also use other things from here, like icon, input list, menu, paginator, button. Let's go with the button. So let's copy this, place it here. And since we're using met button, we need to import what? Met button module. Great. And let's go back to our application. Here is the button. As you can see, it doesn't have this blue background, only the text is blue, but we can of course change that by finding a flat. I think it's flat. Let's see the example. Yeah, it's flat or raised. Raised. Let's go with the raise. So copy this and replace it with this one. As you can see, it's not necessary to import met raised button module because it's contained inside of this module. Control save, and as you can see, our button is here. So this goes for all of these components right over here. We have date picker. So instead of implementing your own date picker, you just take this, copy, paste inside of project, and this is one pro tip for you to use inside of your project. Okay, so that's it for the first chapter of this course. You already completed 20% of the course. Great job. You already learned what you need in order to create an Angular project, how to create one, how to install libraries, and how to use them. Of course, I encourage you to go through this menu and check out these cool components, copy and paste them into your HTML file, and please don't forget to import the correct module inside of this imports array of app-module.ts file. In the next chapter, we will start with the basics of TypeScript to give life to the application. So stay tuned and see you in the next chapter. Hello guys and girls, and welcome to the chapter 2 of our Angular 15 crash course. So in this chapter we're going to cover TypeScript, something about variables, arrays, loops, if statements, functions, and models. And we're going to start by defining what is TypeScript. So in simple terms, TypeScript is a programming language that allows you to write JavaScript in a nicer, easier way. So whatever you write in JavaScript, it will work, but TypeScript allows you to make it even nicer. And this way it forces you to make less mistakes that might be a big pain later on to find. So let's see it in action. We can open the playground here, and what we're gonna see here is this green text, some white things here, and the green text here. This green text is called commented code. Why? Because it contains these two slashes, and if we remove them, you can see it renders it as a code, but in fact it is a comment. A comment is something that is visible to you but is ignored by a compiler. So whatever you write after these two forward slashes will be ignored by the compiler. So it is the equivalent of deleting all of this. So why are the comments used? Well, you might want to say to someone else who views your code, hey man, this, don't change this, or something like that. Okay, let's continue with the first line of code that we see here. It says const, an example variable, hello world. Const means constant. An example variable can be whatever we want. So we can say just example. And const says that this example will not be changed throughout the application. So if we are to say example equal, I don't know, Nedim, we will get cannot assign to example because it is a constant. How to solve that? Well, we just set let. If we set let here, then we can change this example however we wish. Then we have an equal sign which assigns this on the right side to this variable on the left. Example is a variable in this case, and we can also change this to be whatever we want inside these signs. And I hope this line is clear. And the next one is console log an example variable. We see that cannot find name an example variable. This is because we renamed this one. So we just need to rename it here as well. And console log means that whatever is inside of these parentheses will be logged in the console. As you can see, here it is. You can also view the console by right-clicking on your browser and opening Developer Tools or clicking Inspect. As you can see, you have Elements, Console, Sources, Network tabs. If we click Console, clear it here, run, you can also see that Hello World is returned to this console. You will use this console inside when you're working with your own applications. So we have explained const, let. So there's a question, why would we use const if we can always use let and not make a mistake? Well, you're right, but sometimes we want to define certain constants that we actually don't want to change in later on in the code, like a value of p, which is 314 and something which I don't remember. And if we are about to change p to 5, we want to get this error saying that we shouldn't change it, and this is to remind us, oh yeah, you're right, p should stay as it is. But for now, let's stick with this let keyword. Okay, so as you can see, this orange text is a text. It is that is called string. If we want to write a number, as you can see, as you probably saw earlier, we just write without these quotation marks, just like this. In Typescript, this semicolon at the end is not required, it is optional, but I do like to put it, which is a habit I picked up from other programming languages. So if we now write p here, you can assume that we're gonna get 314 right over here. So the difference between p and example is that p is of type number and the example is of type string, which is text. And Typescript allows us to make sure that we don't make a mistake later on to put column string and here column number, so that we know that this example is of type string and p is of type number. So that is something common you will see in Typescript. Other than string and number, we also have a true or false value, which is, for example, is loading. Is loading can have two values, false or true, only these two values. So we might want to use this when we, for example, are loading data from server and we are waiting for the request to complete. In that case, we would just need true or false. Next, we're going to touch if statements. And if statements are very useful, especially with this combination with Boolean values. So we just write if is loading, then we open these braces and console log string, it is loading. And if we run the code now, we can see that it is loading, and 314, which is here, we can delete that. Clear this, run, and you can see that we have this console log here because this if is true. But what if this is false? Then nothing happens because this condition is not true and this will not be displayed. We can use else to display what we want. For example, it is not loading. As you can see, because this condition is not true, we are now in this else block. It is not loading. So yes, we've covered strings, numbers, and Boolean, if statements, and we should cover arrays as well. So what is an array? Array is a collection of elements. For example, array equals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So far we only had one value, as you can see, but here we have an array of values, multiple values. So this array has 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And what do we do to show any item from this array? We just use brackets like this. Array open of 0. The count in programming of this index starts from 0. So the 0th element is 1, the first element is 2, the second is 3, the third is 4, and the fourth is 5. Let's see if, yep, we get 1, because that is the 0th element, because we just said indexing starts from 0. But what do we want to do if we want, what do we do if we want to display all elements? We would have to iterate through this array using a loop. We do it like this. Array dot for each, open parenthesis, item equal greater, open curly brace, and press enter. Then we would just write console log item. And as you can see now, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So for each item in this array, console log it. So that is how for loop works. And one good exercise is if we want to sum all of these numbers up, what do? Well, we just write here another variable and assign a value of 0 to it. And then when we iterate through each of this item in the array, we just say that the sum is equal to the previous value of the sum plus item. This way the sum will increase each time by the next item. And we just now need to console log the final result. Sum is, and then we say sum. We can use plus symbol to connect certain variables like this. Sum is 50. So yeah, we've covered the basics of the variables and these type assertions and inferences. The next thing we're gonna cover is switch statement, and let's cover it right now actually, because it's very, very simple. Let's say that we want to use this if statement, but not for Boolean. We want to use it for strings. So what do? We can say switch example and say in case it is this, then console log it is hello world, and then break, and we go to the next case. The next case is by world. In that case, we want to console log it is by world, and then break to exit the switch statement. And finally, we have a default keyword, which actually is in case that none of these cases match this example variable. So it is neither hello nor by world. So let's see what we're going to get. It is hello world. This, because this example has this case that it's equal to hello world. But what if this example, I just got to it by pressing Control and click or Command click on Mac. You can do this in any IDE. And what if I put this? Then this switch statement is going to get into this case and log it is by world. And just like I said, if it is neither hello nor by world, we can have an empty string as well. We're going to get it is neither hello nor by world. So yeah, actually we've covered a lot in this video. We've covered variables, if statement, switch statement, and for loops. In the next video, I plan to cover more of these functions like for each. These functions are called fat arrow functions or callback functions, and I'm going to cover some simple functions, and I won't talk too much about it right now. Please have a look at this video once again to make sure that you have basic knowledge of these variables, type inheritance and assertions, and if, switch, and for loop. So yeah, thanks, see you in the next video. Okay guys and girls, and let's cover functions in this video. So functions are, Yeah, they are essential building blocks, but yeah, it's some kind of a layer of abstraction. That's a good thing. So let's write it down here. Function is a layer of abstraction. And I'm going to show you that right now in the example. So what if we have A, which is 5, and B, which is 10. And we want to sum these up and then multiply them. We would put A plus B and then multiplied by, let's say 2. So you can assume that we're going to get 30 because 15 times 2 is 30. And if we have C and D with respective values of 20 and 30, and we want to do the same thing, we would write console log C plus D times 2. And yeah, we would get 100. So this is something that we've covered in the previous video, and that should be, familiar to you. As you can see, this is kind of a cumbersome, robust, and functions are used to make things simpler. So if we write a function that is called sum and double, for example, we have to write here function, and this sum and double would receive 2 values, first and second. In the previous video we saw that in Typescript encourages you to write these types, and we would say that the first and second parameters here are numbers. And this function would return first plus second. We have to put this in parentheses because of the advantage that multiplication has, times 2. Okay, so what we've just done is we've created sum and double function, which accepts first and second parameters, which are 2 numbers, and then it adds them up and multiplies them by 2. The same thing we're doing here manually. So if we run the code, we will not see any difference because, like we said here, function is just a layer of abstraction, and this is just a layer of abstraction and it does nothing in the code until it is called. So let's call this function. We do that by writing function name sum and double, and then we have to provide this first and second values because you see expected 2 arguments but got 0. We want to send A and B. We are sending 5 and then 10. We want to do the same for C and D, so call again this function sum and double, but this time we want to send C and D as arguments. And if we run this code, we can see the output is the same. Because what we just did is we created a function, a layer of abstraction, and we just called that function instead of manually writing those additions and multiplications. So it's very simple because if, for example, let's say it's called my function, you want to change it as well here. So it can have any name you wish. So what is the advantage of this? Well, it's much easier to look at this code and see what it does. because when you look here and say sum and double A and B, you know that A and B are going to be summed up and then doubled. The same here goes for C and D, so there's the readability. Then, what if we want to triple this value? So instead of 2, we want to say times 3. See, now it's 45 and 150. We only need to change it in one place. And if you remember, here we would have to change it here as well as here. And imagine if we had tons of code, the same code below, we would have to change it in many places. So functions allow us to change the code only at one place, and wherever it's called, it's going to apply that. So we can, just like we did this type to, we added this type to this variable, we can add a type to this function, and this is what function returns. Since we see the function will return number, we can add that right over here and say number. So this improves readability because function sum and double receives 2 numbers and it will return a number. And here we'd return the value. So that is a simple function. We can also create a function, for example, to multiply some numbers, to remove spaces from strings, to, how to say, split a string into an array. Now this is something that comes up on interviews a lot. So let's say we have some kind of a text that says, this is a sentence. Okay, and your task is to, for example, modify this string so that the spaces are removed. So you should get, this is a sentence like this. So what you want to do is you want to, let's create a function remove spaces, and this function receives, as you can probably guess, one parameter, which is text of type string. It will return string as well, but just without spaces. And since we've defined a type, it says that function must return a value, so we must have this return, and now whatever we want. So we want to remove spaces. We can do that by calling already built-in function, which is split, and this function has this one argument that needs to specify by which character we want to split our text. We want to do that by space, so we just write space here, and then we have an array of values. So we would have an array with 1, 2, 3, 4 values. So we have an array of 4 values right over here, and now we want to join that array into a string. So we just call join. And let's see what happens when we call the function remove spaces and then send this text. Oh yeah, this join actually joined these items by a comma, because join translates and converts an array into a string but appends commas instead of spaces. So if we actually do want to remove spaces, we would write to string. Now the same happens. This is a simple question. How should we remove spaces here? Split by space, and then join probably with space. No, join with empty string. No. Oh yeah, it works, but why do I get an error here? Oh, my function is not closed, sorry. You have to open and close this curly brace. So yeah, this join also accepts one parameter, and this is how do you want to join these items in this array. So you can put even plus sign over here, and it would be joined by a plus, as you can see. But since we want to just remove places, we want to leave an empty thing right over here. Yeah, I didn't use these methods for a long time, and that's why I couldn't come up with solution instantly. But of course, you're gonna, how to say, Google is your friend. Of course, you would just type remove spaces from string Typescript. I searched for it once. Yeah, you can use regexps, reg expressions, but we're not going to cover regular expressions in this course because this is kind of complicated. The easiest method is to use what I just showed you. Oh, there's a nice function as well. I just saw it's called trim, and just like its name says, text.trim, it will trim all the white space, but you know which white space? This one. So this is a fun function, as you can see. It trimmed all the white space from here and here. So just like I said, Google is your friend, and you would read a lot about these functions. Remove answer from both ends of a string, as you can see. So yeah, you can find a lot of things. Here's the example I just showed. Empty space at the beginning and at the end. So yeah, I showed you some cool tricks, how to Google, how to find things there. And let me finish with fat arrow functions I mentioned in the last video, which are similar to the for loops we just used. Let's say we have an array of letters. Let ABC equals letter A, then letter B, then letter C. And numbers. We cannot use number since it's a reserved keyword for these types. And we will have 1, 2, and 3. We can also define types for arrays as well, and this one would be number, but with these brackets, since it's an array. And this one would be string with brackets. And this one would be just string. So let's manipulate this numbers array a little bit. We're going to call filter function. So as the name suggests, we want to filter some items. We want to, for example, remove the number 2 from the array. So how we do that? We call this filter function, and fat arrow function is just another function like this, and you just write the item name, which can be item or no as a number, or I like to call things like item. And just like in the for loop, we have equal, greater than, brace. And now we want to return what? Item which is different from 2. So this symbol, exclamation mark, and 2 equal signs means different, and 3 of these symbols mean equals. One common question on the interview is, what is the difference between 3 of these and 2 of these? Well, the difference is that 2 of these only compare the value and not the type. So, for example, we can have, let's say, console log 2 equals 2, and we expect to get true, and we did because we compared the value and the type. But what if we compare 2 number with 2? We get an error. The condition will always return false since the types number and string have no overlap, and we will get an error. But here, as you can see, we get true because we only use 2 of these. So if we put 3, we will get false, but if we use 2, we get true because although there are different types, they are the same. So be careful with that. Always use 3 of these. And the same goes for different than. We can have exclamation mark with 1 equal sign, and we can have exclamation mark with 2 of these. So always use 3 symbols. This is a very good practice. So we have this number array filtered, but we want to assign it to our numbers. So the result of this will go into our numbers. And to see that our number array has the values we want, we would use the for each loop we used in the previous video to say that console log outputs this item. Let's clear this, go through the code once again, and then see if we get what we expect. So we defined numbers as 1, 2, 3, and then we used the value here to assign it to this numbers array, and then we use for each to iterate through every item in this numbers array. But what is this here? This is a filter fat arrow function which will return items from this number array which are different from 2. So we expect that it returns only 1 and 3. And if we run, we can see that we have only 1 and 3 returned. So this is a filter function. We can also have find. We just renamed this to find item such that it's equal to 2. So we would have let preferred item is of type number, and we would say that preferred item is equal to number of or undefined. Yeah, we have to put undefined here as well, because it can happen that this does not find what we are looking for. For example, if we put 4 and then we console log preferred item, we will see that we have an undefined because this item in this array does not exist. But if we put 2, then preferred item is equal to 2. So yeah, I want to go into much more details. I think this is what is the most important. Of course, you know the logic now for this fat arrow function. We used for each, find, and filter, and there are many others like map, sum, and some others that I won't mention right now. We're probably going to mention some important ones during the course. So yeah, please don't move forward if you're not clear with this lecture and the one before it. There's still one more lecture which is not this complicated. It is for enumeration and interfaces, which is just a good practice that you should embrace and follow during your career. But please, I repeat once again, focus on this lecture and the one before. Make sure you understand it and you can code it yourself so you can follow me in the rest of my course. Thank you very much. I hope you liked this lecture and the one before it, because I can't stress enough how important it is, and see you in the next lecture. Hey guys and girls, and welcome to the latest lecture in this chapter, which is related to the interfaces and enumerations as well as objects. So let's start by creating one object. Let's say the object is called user and it has no properties. This is, how to say, syntax for an object where we can put some attributes like name, which is of type string. We have last name, which is also of type string. And this red line says that string only refers to a type but is used as a value here. So this means that inside of an object we cannot do things like this. That's why I wanted to introduce to you interfaces. So let's create an interface, call it user. And now we can write something like that. Name and last name string. So with this object, we just write, instead of this, we say that this object is of type user. And now, as you can see, this user now has to implement name and last name because it's from this interface. So let's create name, Nedim, and last name, my name. As you can see, these attributes are separated here by comma and here by semicolon. Or they can just be like this. But I told you I like to put semicolons at the end. Okay, so that's why we use interfaces. For example, if we want to have an age attribute, but we don't want it to be required. For example, we just want to create a user that has, for example, Anna, and she does not want to reveal her age. Some unique surname over here, Smith. And she says, oh no, I don't want to reveal my age. We can make this attribute optional by putting a question mark right over here. So yeah, Anna doesn't want to reveal her age, and when we log user's name, we see Nedim, and when we log age, we get age. Same for Anna. We get the unique surname, and finally for age we get undefined because Anna does not want to reveal her age. So the other thing I wanted to cover is this, gender. Now I maybe, how to say, I have to be careful here to define some certain types, but I'll write string. And for example, we want to put, we will also put this as an optional. We will say male, and for Anne, we will say, we will put other, and here we will put female. I will explain later why. Okay, so now when we console log user, let's console log the entire user object. So as you can see, we get the nicely displayed object, and in the console like this, where we can see everything. And when we want to display gender, we have only this. So what I wanted to cover with this attribute is I want to have a specific set of values so that when I create, for example, a John and put name, last name, he's a brother. He's Anna's brother. And I don't want to make this kind of mistake. You see, I'm missing a T and R. So instead of this, I put this. And mistakes like these do happen. And I want to create a way to make this all selectable. Let me show you what I mean. That is called enumeration, and the shorthand is enum. Enum gender. And let's put male like this, then female like this, and other like this. Now, as you can see, the string is only here, and all the values are here. So I called gender not like this, but I'm calling this enumeration dot, and I have three options: female, male, and other. So let's put male. Here we have gender dot female, and we have gender dot other. So what is the advantage of this? I cannot make a mistake in terms just like what I showed, like this, because when I put it here like it should be, then it will be like that through wherever I use this enumeration. So that's one good common practice. And this is interface which allows you to, how to say, to fill out all the important attributes and make them consistent throughout the entire app. Because if I didn't use it, I would say maybe another user equals first name, and then I would say surname, and then I would say instead of a gender maybe sex. And when I use, for example, console log another user dot name, I would get undefined, or I would get this error saying property name does not exist on this type. So if I add the interface, if I implement the interface that I created, I will have this help from my IDE saying I need to correct these things, and now I will get these values that are set over here. So yeah, that's it for this chapter. That we've covered some basic TypeScript, and in the next course we're going to dive into Angular, and we're going to dive into the project we created in the previous chapter. So yeah, make sure you understand this chapter so that we can move forward with the next. Thanks. Hello guys and girls, and welcome to the third chapter of the Angular 15 crash course. In this chapter we're going to cover some Angular basics, including components, templates, directives, modules, etc. We will first start by running our application. If you remember, we have to open terminal window, make sure we're in our application folder, and we're going to run ngserve. First, I plan to cover components. So let's first wait for the application to start. And as you can see, Angular Live Development Server is listening on localhost 4200. If you wish to automatically open browser when running the application, you would start the application by running ngserve-o. This O is a shorthand for open. So once the application is compiled, it will automatically open the browser and show our application here it is. As you remember, we have added some Angular material components, so here they are. So, what are components? Actually, Angular framework is all about components. There are small parts of the application which you can reuse throughout the entire application. Let me show you what I mean by that. If I open this app component, this is a component itself. And as you can see in the index.html file, which is a main front-end file, it has this app root component specified. And if I command click, you can see that this is the app component that we have been working on. Here is med card and button. So yeah, we want to create another component, and to do that we will open shared module. We're going to create a new folder called layout, and we want to create new directory called header. Here we want to add our component, which is header.component.typescript. This is just a version control system. You can cancel it. And in order to tell Angular that this file is a component, we need to use a decorator called component from Angular core. And here we need to specify selector, which is usually prefixed by app dash and then your component name. Then we want to specify the template, which is HTML, and styles if necessary, which is CSS. Finally, we want to write export class header component. Now, what we need to do is this component needs to be a part of some module. In this case, we want it to be a part of the shared module. So we want to create a new file called shared module.ts. And in a similar way that we told Angular that this is our component, we want to tell this file that this is a module. So we write ngModule, and here we have a declarations array where we put our components. So here we will put our header component. Then we have exports. We want to export this header component as well. So we're going to export that as well. Put it like this. And finally, we want to write export class shared module. And since this shared module is not imported anywhere, we have to import it into this app module. So into imports array, shared module. Okay, so that's it. We've created a header component with a selector of app header. This can be anything as long as it's prefixed by app. Template is an HTML. We can put some HTML here. For example, div. This is a header. And styles, we can say that div has a background color red. Then what we did is we imported this header component into our shared module as a declaration and then exported it so that we can use it in other modules. For example, in this app component. So what we do is we take this selector, app header, and we put it here, open and close it. So when we save it and go here, we can see that it is added on top of our application. So this is a component. You can take it and paste it as many times, and here it is. But of course we want to have a simple header at the beginning and probably some kind of a footer right down below. But let me tell you a proper way to make this even better. What if your HTML becomes too large, or your CSS? It's a good practice to create separate files for HTML and CSS. And we do that by right-clicking, creating a new file called header.component.html, and similarly header.component.scss, or just CSS. So we can say that this div has a padding of 1 rem, and it has a background color of light gray. Similarly, this HTML file will have h1 tags saying this is a header. And now we want to include these two files inside of our main component.typescript file. We do that by renaming this to template URL, and since it is in the same directory, we just write it like this. Similarly for style, we put style URLs, and then instead of this code, we specify similarly this file. So when we save, we get this beautiful separated components inside of a header folder, inside of a layout folder, inside of a shared module. Let's say text align center. Yeah, it's much better like this. Okay, so what if we want to create a footer? Is there an easier way to do that? Well, actually it is. If we open another terminal window and navigate to, we are right now in the My Course app directory, which is the top level directory. We want to go to the source and then app, modules, shared layout. To do that, we use the cd change direction command, source, app, modules, shared layout. Okay, so now we're in the layout folder. What we do now is we type ng generate component, or we can use the shortcut nggc. And we type the component name, which is footer. And as you can see, this layout folder now has header and footer. We can see that automatically generated files are HTML, CSS, spec.ts, and ts. So what is this spec.ts? It's a testing file. We will not cover testing in this course, but it's an extra layer of, how to say, protection against doing something bad if you use tests, which is a good practice, by the way. So as you can see, these components are generated. Footer.component.scss, HTML, this test file, ts, and you can automatically see that our shared module.ts is updated. So if we go here, we can see that footer is added to the declarations array. And we want to add it into export section, exports array as well. One good common practice that you want to embrace is to define a constant of components and put all of your components here like this. And then instead of writing them at 2 places, you just include this array with spread operator. Components, components. So when you add a component here, it will automatically be added to declarations and exports. That's one pro tip for you to use in your future projects. You can see that we have this ngOnInit method specified and added automatically. We will talk about it later on. Right now, we don't need it. And I will delete it so it doesn't create any confusion, since we are still talking about components and modules. As you can see, this is very similar to our header component that we created by ourselves. And our footer section, let's make it like this. This is a footer. Awesome. And you can see that HTML and CSS files are properly added. And what is left is that we add this component to our root component app.html. And if we save, we can see that the footer is here. Let's just style it a little bit so it's similar to our header. We will copy the HTML and just replace it like this. And then if I'm not mistaken, our CSS was like this. They had a padding of 1 rem, text was aligned center, and the ground color is, yeah, this is header, this is a footer. There it is. So this was an introduction to components. As you can see, the main thing here is that we can reuse these components wherever we want, put them as many times, and if we change it on one place, it will be changed on all places. We've covered modules. Let me just delete this footer. Awesome. We've covered modules, and we've created a shared module with declarations and exports array, and we have included this shared module into our root module, which is app module. Because if we forgot to do this, then app header is not a known element because it was a part of a shared module and we didn't do anything with shared module. It had to be added into this app.module, which is the main module for the application. Yep, so that's it. This is the basic of Angular, creating components, adding them to the modules, and adding modules to the root module, which is most commonly the app module. Okay, so in the next video, I plan to cover something else. I plan to talk about directives as well as lifecycle hooks, which is very important. So see you in the next video. Here we are ready to talk about lifecycle hooks or lifecycle event sequence. So I'm at the official Angular documentation, and here are all the hooks that are used in Angular. I'm not going to go through each and explain what it does because you're not definitely going to need all of them. I'm going to stress only the important ones and the ones that should be avoided if possible. The most important lifecycle hook here is NgRx. You will use that definitely 90% of the time to initialize your attributes and other information. Aside from that, you will use NgOnDestroy when you want to unsubscribe from some observables because it is called right before the component is destroyed. We will talk about observables in RxJS lecture later on. And there are only several more to mention. Yeah, ngAttribute init, you probably want to use this one with third-party libraries because I remember that some chart libraries worked only when initialized inside of this lifecycle hook and not inside of ngOnInit. And two more to mention which you should avoid is ngDoCheck and ngOnChanges. They are useful, but they should be avoided. Why? Because, as Angular says as well, it impacts performance significantly. So, although you can accomplish something easily with these methods, try to avoid them because they are very high on performance. I mean, they will slow down your application, definitely, especially if not used properly. So I think in 95% of time you are good to go with NgOnInit and NgOnDestroy. And some of them, of course, for some third-party libraries that do not work anywhere else aside from these lifecycle hooks. You will have that information available in the plugin or library documentation, so keep your eyes on that. You also have live examples on Angular official documentation here where you can see these lifecycle hooks in action in more details. For example, this speakable component contains all lifecycle hooks with log, and if you click it, you can see that how it's updated. And when you click this button, what happens, which lifecycle hooks are activated. You can also destroy, create it again, and play around as well with these components. There's an explanation here, but what's the most important is ng-on-init, ng-on-destroy, which is called right before the component is destroyed, and avoid ng-on changes and avoid ng-do-check. So that's it for lifecycle hooks theory. Let's see it in action. We want to write ng-on-init log ng-on-init is called. So this method is called after the component is initialized. As we can see, ng-on-init is called in footer. We can do the same for the header component. ng-on-init is called in footer. Oh, I need to rename in header like this. ng-on-init is called in header, ng-on-init is called in footer. Awesome. One good practice is to implement on-init interface and of course import it from Angular core. This is good because, for example, if you are restructuring your code and you delete like this, you will get an error saying that class header component incorrectly implements interface on init. So it will remind you to implement it like this. So similarly, if you are using onDestroy, don't forget to write this as well. It will remind you to implement this method as well. One more important thing to mention, which separates Angular and TypeScript from other programming languages, is the initialization of attributes. For example, if we have a title here, which is of type string or undefined, in other programming languages you would want to have initialization happen in the constructor like this. But in Angular, this is not a good practice. All variables should be initialized inside of ng-on-init lifecycle hook. We will use constructor for something else, and I will talk about it more in services and dependency injection lecture. Similarly, if we have any other variable, we would want to have it initialized in the ng-on-init lifecycle hook. So that's it for the lifecycle hooks. The next thing is directives. I will stay in the same video because I want to make use of this title attribute. And how am I going to do that? I'm going to introduce directives in a way that will be very clear to you. So if I go to app component, I can see that I have this component here, and it's the header component we created at the beginning. So what if I want to populate this title from the data I have in app component? I would want to send this data somehow to this component. And how do I do that? It would be through the directive. This would be the directive we will create by calling this input. And this means that this title can be sent from here. As you can see, we have this title and title in brackets. If we put title in brackets, then we have to use these signs to write this is a header. And we can use variables. For example, if we create a variable in our app component.ts, like header title, we can pass it like this, header title. But if we use it without these brackets, we can just send a plain string. It would be header title. It would be like this. This is a header, but without this sign. And if I want to show this title, let's log it here. This.title. You can see that title is here. And if we decided to use the variable instead, it will work in the same way, like this. And this is called a directive. Okay, I hope this is kind of it makes sense. And I also want to talk about structural directives, which start with this symbol, which is an asterisk, something like that. And we can use ngIf. And it's very intuitive what will happen if I put false here. This component will not be shown. Why? Because we have false condition inside of this structural directive ngIf. If I put true, this will be shown. So similarly, we can create a variable here called is header visible, and ngIf is header visible. Since it's true, it will be shown, but if we put false, it will be hidden. So this is a structural directive. We also have an attribute directive, which is just a short demonstration. Structural directive is class or ng class. We don't have any defined classes. Let's use ng style. So we can have here, let's say, we need a condition here. Let's say background color. Background color is, actually I forgot how to use this ng style. Let me just have a quick look at this class string. Oh yeah, you can use it like this. Let me explain it to you. Now we have any type of style here, for example, italic. We need to import another module. I think it's called common module. Since header is a part of shared module, we need to import common module inside of shared module. Yep, this solves it. So these attribute directives, these ones are a part of a module which is called common module, and I've added it to the array, to the imports array, similarly which we have in app module where we added this shared module. So in order to use these attribute directives, you just import common module if it's not already implemented, because yeah, sometimes it gets automatically imported, probably in the previous versions of Angular. So don't forget to implement that if you plan to use attribute directives. And what is important here is that we don't have to hard code this. We can get this from server. For example, we can get response of what font style we use, and we would use response dot, for example, font style, so that we don't have to hard code what we want. And there's one more important structural directive that I want to mention, and I'm done with this video because it's already too complicated, but I cannot end it without showing you this. It is ng4. So let's write an array like this. 2, 3, 4, 5. And what if I want to show these 5 elements inside? I would want to create a p tag, and I would need to use the asterisk sign. If you remember, that's the sign for structural directive. ng4. Let num of array. And now this num represents each item of this array. So if I use these curly braces and put num inside, then I would get these 5 numbers printed nicely. So that is ng4. We also covered ngIf, which shows or hides certain element on the page depending on this condition. We also covered our own custom directives, which we implemented through the input decorator here. And don't forget, we initialized title inside of this lifecycle hook called ngOnInit. This is a nice way of providing a default value, because if this is not passed, for example, if I don't put anything here, we would still have this is a header right over here. And if we want to, instead of this is a header, if we want to use this variable, we just use similarly like we did in ng4. We have 2 curly braces that open and 2 curly braces that close, and we would just write the variable name title like we did here. And if we save, we can see that this title comes from this input, and this input is defined in app component through here. But since we are missing it, it takes it from ngOnInit. But what if there's a title in ngOnInit and here? Let's see. This is a sent title. The one from ngOnInit overrides the sent one. So what do you want to do in this case? You want to provide this value over here immediately. And only in that way will this override the predefined one here. And don't worry, because if we forgot or don't want to send anything here, we will still have a backup, which is right over here. Please play around with this. Play around, show these variables from the component, print them out, use ng4, use ngIf. You can also play around to say ngIf num. I mean, this shows only even numbers. Maybe this is too complex. For beginning, say ngIf num equal to 2, only then show it, and ngIf num is different than 2, this number is not 2. This number is not 2. Play around with this, make sure you understand this ng4 ngIf, This attribute directive is not that important. Maybe I shouldn't even mention this, but I'm glad that I covered this, so when you see it, ngClass, ngStyle, you know what it is, and then you can look around for examples on the web. What else? Yeah, ngUnit is very important lifecycle hook, and yeah, passing this value here. Okay, so I think this video is already too long. It's more than 80 minutes, and I'm gonna cut it here. Watch it again if you didn't follow me correctly. Maybe I went too fast over some things, but we will of course use a lot of these things in the future videos, so don't worry if you don't understand it 100%. See you in the next lecture. Okay, guys and girls, I hope the last video was not too much for you because there was too much information. Sorry for that. Maybe I should have separated directives and the whole this lifecycle hooks thing, but it is what it is. I didn't want to cut it, so I want you to be fully focused. You can pause the video, go back and have a 2-3 minute break, have a coffee and understand it. I will try to make this video a little bit shorter and without too much information. So let's jump right down into it. I want to create a form inside of, let's say, app component, and I want to show you how forms work in Angular. So let's start by writing some basic HTML for forms. Input type text. We will have another input with type text, and we will have a submit button. Let's create a method that will be on form submit. It will be of type void, and we will probably console log the output of the form. So let's see, let's put a placeholder here, name and placeholder surname. Let's see how this looks like. Yeah, not very beautiful, but let's focus on functionality here. Actually, we do have Angular material installed, so why not use this? Okay. Mat label, let's say name. We're not gonna use this guy nor this guy. We're gonna make it simple. Surname, there it is. Maybe a simple glitch. Surname. We're gonna remove the hint and the icon to make it simple. Mat label. Of course, we have to import Angular module inside of app module, which is probably something like mat input. Yep. And there was something else. Nope. This solves it. Let's see if it's any nicer right now. This is taking too much time. I don't know why it should be fast. If this continues to be this slow, I will have to stop the recording and see what causes this. Looks fine at the moment, so I will try to continue. Hope it's not going to be slower than this. Okay, so we want to bind this data from this form field into the component so that we can log it. So let's put a variable called name here, which is of type string or undefined, and surname, same thing, string or undefined. Finally, on form submit, we want to log both of them. And button, click on form submit. And to bind this data, it's very simple. We just use ngModel, but this one with 2 types of parentheses. Angular calls this banana in a box, so you can have a picture in your head that these parentheses go inside of the brackets. So banana in a box here, banana in a box there. You can see the underlines, so we need forms module for this. And you can see the underline is gone. Cannot bind is not so well, it should be. Let me check the browser. No ngModel. Empty expressions are not allowed. Of course, I'm missing surname here. But other than that, it should work. We need a name attribute as well. So let's put a name, and here name, surname, to get rid of these errors in the console. Awesome. Name, my surname, submit, and we can see that the data is correctly displayed in the console. These types of forms, which use ngModel for data binding, are called template-driven forms. But I strongly suggest you to use reactive forms, and it's much easier, and I'm going to show you why. First, you want to use a constructor, and you want to write form builder and here it is. You want to import form builder from Angular forms. To create a reactive form, you need a form group like this, and you want this form group to, don't forget the onNet. This is where we are going to initialize this form group. Form group is equal to this form builder group, and here, let's close this parenthesis first. Here we write the attributes that we want inside of our form. They are name, which is of type string. Actually, here goes the default value, so let's just put an empty string or null or undefined. It doesn't matter. I mean, if it's an empty string, then your placeholder is not going to be visible, but if it's undefined or null, then your placeholder will be visible. That's some tip that will save you some time. And surname, undefined. Awesome. Now, how do we connect this form with this HTML stuff? Well, we first write form group here and connect it with our form group variable. This underline, because we need reactive forms module imported like this. And we want to remove both of these since they are not necessary, but form control name is now necessary. We're going to put name. Similarly here, we're going to remove these two, but use form control name and use surname from these. So what is here goes to form control name. Why is this underlined from group? This should be or undefined like this. And let's move it above the constructor. So for reactive forms, we need form group, initialize it in onInit with these attributes, and then in HTML, we want to use this form group like this, and then form control name like this. Finally, on form submit, we want to log this dot form group dot value like this. Let's see what we got. Form group type undefined is not assignable to time for group. Oh, I see. Because we just added this undefined to the form group, and the HTML thinks that, hey, this can be undefined, so we cannot assign it to this. We can solve this by simply adding ngIf form group right over here. Let's put a name here, my surname, and press submit. Here we got an object with a name as this and surname as this. Why I said that reactive forms approach is better? Because of validation. I mean, validation might be too complex now to be covered, but what I can do is I can show you some examples, right? Or actually, let me try to code something at the moment. If we want to use validation, we want to have an array here. And the first value is the one we use, and the second one is validation. Yeah, so we can just use validators.required. I think it goes like this. And for example, if we want to see if our form is valid, we would use this. And if I say, you can see that automatically we get this class appended in the material Angular design library. And if I press submit, you can see that this returns false because our form is not valid because this condition is not met. So this is what I meant when I said reactive forms are much easier to work with, because not only you can use this validator, you can use other validators as well, like minimum length. You can see it's still invalid because there's less than 3 characters. Now it's okay. Now we have false, but now we have true. So you can do a lot of more stuff. You just, yeah, this is what you would have to do if you stuck with template-driven forms. You would have to have ngIf for every case, especially if you didn't have this math library that has this automatically enabled. And here's the reactive forms. You can see here, you see we sorry for the tongue twisting itself. It's kind of late right here, but I'm here for you. I need to record this. So give me some space to make some mistakes. Okay, so validators required. Min length, we have 3 here, and we can create our own validator as well. So we can, for example, you create username is already taken validator, email address already in use, etc. Yeah, this is it. We can make a request to the backend to see if username or email is already taken, but that is way too advanced for this type of course, maybe in some next future courses. And yeah, I think that's what I wanted to cover inside of this lecture. I suggest you to use reactive forms, so don't use ng models in forms. Use this approach because you have much more flexibility, and validators is only one thing that is beneficial for reactive forms. There are many articles on the web for this. You can see this is a endless debate which one is better. And based on your case, then put room to build simple forms. Yeah, minimal validation, just like what we covered. If you want some kind of custom validators, a lot of validators, then of course this is much more practical. But I disagree. I would use these for even simple forms because, as you can see, it works nicely. You just need one attribute, one directive, which is form control name. You don't need two of those, and it works nicely. So yeah, if you're interested, have a look, Google, but I think I gave you a nice introduction into this. Okay, thank you. See you tomorrow. Actually, you can watch the next lecture right now, but I will record it definitely tomorrow after I get some sleep. So thank you and see you in the next lecture. Hey guys and girls, welcome to the next lecture regarding Angular pipes. So what are pipes? They're used to transform strings, currencies, dates, and other data for display. So if you have data in a Typescript component, like we had in our header here, pipes are used to customly display this type of data inside here. So for example, if we have, I don't know, capital text, for example, and we would say that it equals to capital text like this, we can use this pipe, which is called lowercase, for example. And what do we have here? When we open our application, we can see that capital text is written in lowercase. I didn't realize I put this into a for loop. Let's put it like this. Yeah, here it is. So even though we wrote this capital text like this, using this lowercase pipe, it was transformed to all lowercase. There's also a title case where each first letter of each word is capitalized like this. So that's only one type of a pipe. I think it's called, yeah, lowercase, uppercase. Even title case is not specified here, but yeah, for a complete list of built-in pipes, check this API. Yeah, you can see there's a lot of them. But I'm gonna focus on one of the most important ones, date pipe. Yeah, what if you have a date in an ISO string, like this. This is an ISO date, something you will see in a database returned to you from backend, and you want to nicely display this as what? As 5th October 2011. How do you do that? Well, using date pipe. So let's just write ISO date here and write date. And what happens here is that, let's remove this or add a new line. This ISO date is displayed nicely as October 5th, 2011. Now, what if we want to put day before month? We just type this column and write the format here as, let's say, dd space mmm 1, 2, 3, 4 y's. Yeah, you can see that now we have the day before this October. What if we want to have number instead of a month name? Here we just put two m's instead. So here it is. And if we want to have just 5 instead of 05, we would just have one D here. Here it is. I mean, this documentation is available to you on Angular official documentation. You can see date, format, time zone, and locale as well. So you can expand your formatting however you wish. I just covered the basics. What else? Yeah, currency pipe. What if we have an amount variable which is 9.99 and we want to display the price like this? The price of this course is imagine how many statements I wrote, since if is automatic to me. If is, what am I talking about? Is amount, and now since we don't have currency, it will just display this number. But if we want to have it currency, we can say USD, for example, so that the dollar sign is appended right before. Same is for the Great Britain pound, and for the euro we also have it in front. But there's also a lot of options to move it around. Currency code, display digits info, and locale, and you can check that out here and format however you wish. You can see some examples. Symbol, these are the similar for numbers. We're going to check this right now because we're finished with currency. Here it is, decimal pipe. This is the last one, which is important and which you should know. So you just add any type of number, for example 56.78, and check this. We put this number pipe like this. Oh, not here, sorry. My number is num, and put this number pipe like this. So what do we get? We get it displayed like it should be displayed and like we added it here. But check this. We have formatting option like this, and what this means is the first is the minimum integer digits to display. So this is the number of integer digits before the decimal point. So if I want to have the minimum here is 2. So even if I write, for example, 1, I think this is the syntax, yeah, like this. Here I have 2 because 2 is the minimum number of digits here. But what if I write 3? I will have this 0 before. So just like it said, the minimum number of integer digits before the decimal point. So if it goes above, then it will add zeros like this. But this creates confusion, so I just leave it usually at 1 to have it the minimum number of these minimum integer digits. Then after this period or dot, we have the minimum number of digits after the decimal point. And the next one is maximum. So in this case, our minimum is 2. So even though if we write 1, nothing is going to change because our minimum is 2 since we have these 2. But what if we add 4 here? This is maximum. We're just going to get the same because zeros will not be shown. I mean, if our number is like this, then it makes sense. It will be displayed as 4 only. And when we speak about rounding, you can see that it works in a nice way because, as you can see, if it's just truncated this, it would be 567843, but we got 567844. So the rounding works like it should. And that's all solved by this number pipe. So yeah, I've covered the basics of these pipes, and I just need to tell you about custom pipes. So let's say that we have this array and we want to display it. No, this is not a good example. Let's say I have what is a good example of custom pipe? I want to use something that you're probably going to use. Birthday, cool. Something that you're going to use in your how to say, in your career. So let's write here birthday, and yeah, we will put this April 15th 1988, and we want to create a custom pipe so that our goal is to have my birthday is on and then this date. So in HTML it would be like this. We would have this birthday variable, and then we would have a custom pipe called birthday. This birthday does not exist in Angular, and hence we are going to create it. So let's see where we are going to create it. Since we are in a shared module, next to the layout in the same level we want to create pipes, because if you remember our structure from previous chapter or the one before it, I think this pipes folder should be in the same line with this shared module and layout folder. So inside of pipes, let's create birthday.pipe.ts, and then we have to write export class birthday pipe, and let's add pipe annotation here like this, and we need to specify its name. I said it's birthday because this has to be the same as this. Okay, what else we need to do? We need to implement pipe transform interface. Here it is. And inside of this pipe transform, we have to implement one required method, which is transform. Here it is. So this transform will return a string because we want to return this. My birthday is on and then the date. Okay. What are we going to receive through this pipe? We're going to receive the birth date as a date, because this is a date type. This is of type date, and we are sending it to this pipe, and we are receiving it here. And then we want to return, what did we say? My birthday is on birth date. Maybe we want to format this date to be displayed nicely, but for this purpose let's leave it as it is, and we're only left with one step to do this, and that is include this birthday pipe into our module. So don't forget, when we create components, when we create pipes, we have to import them into this shared module. So we can create pipes array here, just like we did for components, and we will insert birthday pipe here. After that, we're going to put it into the declarations array, like this, pipes. It would work exactly the same if instead of creating this, you just added it here. But I think it's much better and easier to read in this way. Note that you don't have to add it into exports array. Exports array contain only components to be exported. So let's see what we did. Where's the header? Here it is. Yeah, it automatically recognized this birthday pipe, and you can see that it redirected me to this pipe. Let's see in the browser what we got. My birthday is on Friday, here it is, 15th April 1988. So just like I said, this formatting is not nice, but it serves the purpose, and we can definitely format it. Let's see what is the best way of format. Yeah. There's one good example that I can show you right now. My birthday is on. Actually, that is a little bit too complex for this course. I have to stay within the frames. So I will just leave this as it is. And yeah, I was about to mention Moment.js, which is a cool library for manipulating dates, but this goes outside of the scope of this course. But just for reference, have a look at Moment.js. It's a cool library for the dates. You can see you can format them as easy, however you like it, by specifying this format string. And if you remember, it's very similar to the date pipe. You also have hour, minutes, seconds. We also have that in Angular. Date pipe, I just didn't show that, but like I said, you just have to dig into the documentation if your task or project requires certain, how to say, modifications to the data or any kind of complex manipulation, because I just showed you the basics, which are enough for what you need to do. Okay, that's it for the pipes. See you in the next lecture, where I'm going to cover services and dependency injection. Bye. Okay, guys and girls, welcome to the lecture about services. First, we're going to create one service inside of this folder. Let's call it version.service.ts, and we have to write export class version service, and we have to write this decorator called injectable. This injectable decorator allows us to perform something called dependency injection, which I'll mention in a few minutes. So what do we want this service to do? We want this service, usually in Angular, to be an intermediary between our front end and the back end. So in this case, we're not going to talk about communication with backend, because that comes in the later part of the course. Now I want to create a simple static variable that will just return, for example, the version of the application. So let's just write this as a public static version and set it as 1000, and I will create one public get version method that will simply return this version. Maybe it's not a good idea to put it as a static, because I want to explain dependency injection, so I'll just write public version and then return this.version. Okay, great. So what do we want to do? We want to access this attribute using this getter function from outside of this service, from other components. And how do we do that? We do that by using dependency injection. Let's go to our header component, or footer. Header is already too much overpopulated, like some kind of a country. Okay, so let's say this app version is, and then we would put version here. For this we need a variable. Let's call it version of type string, so that we can nicely put it like here. Since we're not immediately initializing it, we would add or undefined, like this. Okay, we have to assign a value to this variable from this service. To do that, we need to import this version service into our component. We do that through constructor in here. We would say private, because we will use this service only inside of this component. Version service, version service. You see this automatically suggested thing. It's from my GitHub Copilot, so that's a great plugin, but it's not good for learning because you want to learn as much in the beginning by typing and not just using what it offers you. But when you don't have time for boilerplate code or things like that, it's a very good thing. I will just disable it at the moment because it's not the purpose to have this kind of code popping up in this tutorial. So just like I said, I imported version service from back services, version service, and now I can use this variable to access anything that I've implemented here. So the logic says that I should just call version service dot get version, and that is correct. We're going to do that in the ng on init. So we would say this dot version equals this dot version service dot. You can see that I do have version and get version. In programming, I mean in object-oriented programming principles, this should be a private variable and accessible only through this getter, so that we don't have something like this. You see, property version is private and can only be accessible within class. So it's a good practice to access this variable only through this getter and put this as private. So I will just put version service dot get version. And this version is going to be updated and reflected in this template. So let's see what we got. An error. This is because we did not... Actually, let's see what the console says. Version service, no provider for version service. This is because we did not add service into our module. So there are two ways to do this. At the beginning, before introducing lazy loading, I just want to say an easy fix for this, which is just adding provided in root here, inside of these parentheses. So when I save and go here, I can see that I do have this app version is 1.0.0. So if this service communicated with backend and this version was returned from backend to us, then as for example 1.0.1, this would get reflected into our component. And one more thing, we can dependency inject this service wherever we want, even in the here header, just write private version service, and then we can use again a variable called version type string or undefined, and then say this dot version is equal this dot version service dot get version. And let's show this in the template. This app's version is version. As you can see, we have the same data here, and this version service is dependency injected both in the header component and in footer component, and we can do that wherever we want. I hope you had understood these services and how they're imported into components and how to use methods from the service. Nothing too complex, just preparing you for future communication with backend and retrieving the necessary data and showing it inside of the component, both template and the Typescript version file. Thank you for watching, and the next lecture is a little bit hard, so I just want to prepare you for RxJS and observables. Stay tuned and see you in the next lecture. Hey guys and girls, this is the lecture about RxJS and observables. This is a very important lecture, but I will cover it, briefly now, as I'm going to leave something for API requests and communication with backend in the next chapters. So I will cover the basics so you have a basic understanding of what it is, why we need it, and then later on we're going to get more hands-on practice with this. Why I opened this site is because this blog is very useful for you. I would like you to have a look at this, but you don't have to read everything. You can omit some operators like reduce and scan and everything below. So just read the first part to have a better understanding of what it is with these written examples. Return back and read again if you didn't get it. It's a very simple and the best explanation I found for you so far. I'm going to leave a link so you can easily find this post. Let's go to the code because that's how I explain things the best. I will create an observable. I will just quickly say what an observable is. Observable is a function that emits values through a certain period of time. So it's similar to array, but we want to make some asynchronous calls. Let me give you an example. We're going to create an observable and we're going to name it observable array, something like that. Actually observable so you don't confuse it with the array. In order to create an observable, we will have to use the auth method from RxJS library, and we're going to put some numbers inside. We can put strings as well, whatever we want. We want to define the type, which is observable of number. As you can see, observable and auth are imported from RxJS. Okay, so how do we get values from this observable? We will create a private method called display observable numbers, which will be of type void, and we're going to call it right on the application initialization. To do that, we need to subscribe to this observable. So imagine that this is some kind of a newsletter subscription. This is the publisher, and we want to subscribe to it by calling this subscribe method and fat arrow function. We can name this however we wish. Let's say it's value, and we're going to console log value. Okay, so what we did is we created this observable. Usually you will not create this observable, you will create something from backend, because observable is all about asynchronous calls, and that's the difference between this and array. Okay, let me show you an example how the example works. As you can see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This means that we have subscribed to this observable, and since it has 5 elements here, we got this emitted 5 times. Let me show you. Here I am. Here I am. It's called 5 times. This is called each time for this emission of this element. And this is very dangerous in terms of creating memory leaks, because this subscription lives forever. So what we need to do is we need to unsubscribe as well. So if we create subscription of type subscription, and we say that this dot subscription is equal this, so we assign this to this subscription, which can also be undefined. Then we store this subscription inside of here, and we can use it to unsubscribe. We're going to use lifecycle hook that I've talked about. It's called onDestroy. and we're going to call this .subscription.unsubscribe, and now we are safe. Please don't forget to unsubscribe from subscription, because when you navigate to another page or go somewhere else, this subscription is going to live and it will cause memory leaks that will slow down the performance and cause many different types of bugs. Okay, so one more example to show you how subscription and observables work is to make use of our form, and I'm going to say private observe form changes, which is void. I'm going to call this in NgRx. So how will I observe form changes? I will simply call this form group, which I have over here, and I'm going to say value changes. This is a property of the form group. It is a multicasting observable that emits an event every time the value of the control changes in the UI or programmatically. It also emits an event each time you call enable or disable without passing along emit false as a function argument. So this means that this observable will emit an event every time something changes inside of our form. Let's see how that works. Let's call it value, log value. One second. Form group dot value changes dot subscribe I don't know why those errors appeared. Maybe I was missing a parenthesis or something like that. Never mind. Let's see what happens. Now, if I type something inside, nothing is going to happen. And let's see why. This is that form group, value changes, subscribe, console log val, and nothing is inside of the console. Observe form changes. Let's have a look at our app component. Form group is a form group. Form group, value changes, subscribe. Strange, this is not firing. Let's have a quick Google why it's not working. Value changes form group. Now this is live debugging. We have to get value changes, but we did this. This is very strange because this reactive form value changes. Subscribe. Maybe this form group is undefined. Let's see if that's the case. Yep, it's undefined. So we have to make sure that it's defined before we observe these form changes. Now we can remove this line because we are sure that this form group is defined. As you can see now, when we type, we get these values. So you've just witnessed some quick debugging and how to find a problem as quick as possible. So first we get the first value, which we had is a single letter A then we get the newer value, newer, and we have the latest value. We also have surname null, but that's going to change if I type it like this. You can see that now we have this value. And now, as you've seen, we are subscribed to the changes of the value of this form. So whenever I type something or whenever I make a change to this form, a new event is going to be emitted here. And that is actually what observables are for. And why do we use RxJS? Of course, there's something that we are missing here, which is form subscription. And then this.form subscription. And finally, this.form subscription unsubscribe. Now we can say that we have implemented this properly. There we go. And yes, that would conclude the chapter of RxJS observables and Angular basics. The next chapter is the most important chapter in this course because we are going to dive into the real world. So make sure you understand everything up to this point so that you can easily follow up later lectures in the course. We're going to cover Git, which is a version control system, navigation, and handling responses and communication with backend and API. Stay tuned and see you in the next chapter. Hey there and welcome to chapter 4. In this chapter we're going to cover some real world stuff which are very important for your tomorrow's job in Angular. We're going to start with what every company uses, and it's version control system. Let me quickly explain what a version control system is. In short, it's a system that allows you to track changes and versions inside your application. Let me demonstrate. Let's say this is a timeline of your application. We're going to write timeline. At the beginning, of course, is the initial version of your application. And finally, at the end is the latest version. So between these versions, of course, there were some minor or major changes which you want to keep track of. Let's say that this dotted line represents those changes and that each little dot on this line was some kind of a change. And now version control system allows you to quickly and easily jump between the versions. So if you are at the latest version, you can revert easily to the previous or the version before it. And your users will see that version. So even if you release a version that is not stable and has some bugs, you can quickly revert to the previous one. Also, you want to keep track of your progress made, and that's why we use version control systems. In this particular course, we're going to cover GitHub as it is the most commonly used platform, but it can easily, once you learn GitHub, it's easy to switch to Bitbucket or GitLab or other version control systems, so don't worry. So in order to do this, we need to have some kind of a place to store our application and its versions. That is called a repository. So we can create a new repository once we log in into GitHub. I'm going to name this repository as my course app. And I'm going to make it private and create repository. So what I want to do now is to upload my project into this repository. So what Angular does when we create a new application with ng-new, it automatically creates these Git files by issuing git init. And it also adds some README file, which you will see later on, and it creates a commit named initial commit. So what we want to do is we want to save all of our changes made, which are footer, shared module, app component, app module, index.html, and styles. And we want to commit that as well to this repository, and we can easily see two versions now. So the initial version would be the Angular one, which was the project without any changes that we've made. But our second version would be the one with the header, footer, Angular material implemented, and other stuff we've done so far. So let's see how that works. In order to make it work, we need to make sure that we are in the root folder. Right now we are in the layout folder. So we need to go back. Now we are in shared. Now we are in modules. Now we are in app. Now we are in source. We need to go one more step above. And now we are in the My Course app. So as you can see, when we write git status, you can notice that there are a lot of red files, which mean they are not committed to Git. So in order to, create this commit is a little dot here. So it's a little change. Commit is a change. So in order to create that group of changes, actually one commit contains one or many changes. So in order to create that commit, we need to add files we want. We would write git add dot, which means add all files which were changed to this commit. Next, we want to write git commit and add a meaningful message to it, like added header, footer, Angular material, and serves. There it is. Now what we need to do is we need to add this remote. But first we're going to double check that this works, and then add this remote. Remote origin already exists. And finally git push u origin main. There it is. Now if I refresh this page, you can see that I have all the files here. I have 3 commits instead of 2 because before this video I added one more commit here. But as you can see, when we click on a commit, we can see the changes that were added. As you can see, Angular CDK has been changed to 13, Angular material as well 13, and all of our changes are here. Now, what is the beauty of this? Let me show you. This is a footer if you didn't know. And now if you repeat those steps, git add, git commit, sorry for the noise, here is a change in the footer, and finally git push. I'm not sure for how long this noise in the background is going to last, sorry for that. Now there's the laugh suddenly. Okay. When we go to commits, now you can notice there are 4 of them. Sorry for the noise, here's a change in the footer. And when we click on it, you can see the red line represents what is removed and the green line represents what is added. So in this particular change, we have removed this and added this line. In short, we just appended this green, if you didn't know. So this is the beauty of version control system, because you can have an overview of what was changed, and with the help of this commit message that we wrote in here. So make sure you write descriptive messages right over here. A pro tip for you would be to write a verb like add and then something, or remove and I don't know, implement is a common. Let me show you one of my commit messages for any project. This is a small project, but this is an example of bad commit messages. So prod ready, merge, local changes, merge, added, merge. The good practice is, let's open maybe this one. Commit. Okay, style filter button on search, add filter button on mobile, add privacy information on, fix country coding cookies, fix email validation. So verb and what was done. That's one tip for you. Okay, before we finish this lecture on Git, let me just tell you what branches are. If you've noticed, we have, where's now the repository? Find repository. Here it is. We have main. So imagine that this branch, this timeline is main. What if there are many developers who want to contribute? We need to have a single source of truth and up-to-date version. So that's called main. This is usually something that goes in production and is shown to client. And if you want to make some changes, for example, to develop or staging website, for example, you have official website, which is this in production, and you have a demo website, which is sandbox. This is for testing, for development. So you want to have two versions of your website and keep them up to date. This is done with the branches. The main branch, like I said, is for the production, and usually there's another one called develop. And when you want to create a new feature, you create a new branch, and we're going to call it feature dark footer, for example. And now when we open our footer component and we add, here's a cool tip, host background black, and we're going to put color white. NgRx. So this host means that this style over here is applied to this entire component, which is app footer. So there's above this div in the DOM is this. So the styling is applied to this. So we just added the background black and color white to this element over here. But it's not working because we need, let me show you how the styling is applied. Here it is. Because we want to apply that to this element. As you can see, this background color is overwriting this one because this is a child of this parent. So either we remove this or add important to here, or for example just change this to here. Good thing would be to remove this, but I'm glad that I showed you what host means. We're just going to change the background color here and put it as black and then color white. As you can see, this footer is now dark. Let's add that change to our GitHub. So what do is we remember git add all files that are changed. We can check this with git status. You can see now it's green because we added it. And now git commit. Oh, actually, I said I will explain. I would explain this branches thing. So as you can see, this is red. I just undo the git add. we want to create a new branch, feature dark footer, but actually we did. Sorry, I thought we didn't do this. Okay, so we can proceed with git add because right now we are on the feature dark footer branch. So we're going to go with git add, git commit, make footer dark, and finally git push. Now, to push the current branch and send removed as upstream, use this. So just copy this one and paste it over here. Now, when we go to this My Course app, you can see that we still have 4 of these commits, although we made another commit. But this is on another branch, feature dark footer. Here it is. Now you can see we have 5. And this is the change we did. We removed this, added this, and added color white. So we want to make sure that our main branch is up to date. So what do? We create a pull request. New pull request. We want to merge feature dark footer into main branch. So this is going to be make footer dark because this is the only change between this branch and this branch. We create a pull request. Now in companies, you just take this pull request URL and you send it for code review. And now other developers go to files changed and they look for the changes that you've made. And then they can say approve, or they can request changes or leave a comment. For example, I'm going to leave a comment. You could have used black instead of 000 hex color code, but I like you, so this is going to be approved. And then you get notified about this, and you can make a change if you wish, like background color black. And now the same procedure, git add, git commit, make my reviewer happy, and then git push. And now as you can see, when we go to files changed, we can see that the background color is now black. And this pull request has 2 commits, make footer dark and make my reviewer happy. And now we can reply to this easily by saying, there you go, I want you to always be happy, so there is this small little change that does not affect the app in any way. You piece of... Just kidding. But sometimes these reviews might get a little bit ugly. Some things are not necessary, but just go with the flow. And once you're ready, you merge pull request. And then pull request successfully merged. This means that this branch has now been merged to this. Like this. We've branched out from here, created make footer dark, and then we implemented the changes there, and then we merged this after review again to this. Like this. There you go. So we branched out from the main, created the make footer dark branch, and then we merged it back to main. And then we can delete this branch because the changes are now on main, but don't worry because remember the dotted line, it will always be there. And even though the branch is deleted, your changes are going to be in this little dot. And now if we go to code, we open the main branch, we can see 7 commits, which is actually make footer dark, make my reviewer happy, and this merge request that we've done. This is around 90% you're going to need regarding version control system. I just did this to get you starting on this. Of course, you're going to investigate this on your own if and when you get a requirement and a task to do so. Okay, thanks for following. I hope I explained this in a good way. It's very hard to explain this in a short period of time. Make it interesting and convert this to simple terms, but I hope I did a good job. Let me know if you need more clarification on this, and see you in the next lecture. Hey guys and girls, in this video we will cover Angular routing. So what do I mean by Angular routing? I mean navigating from one page to the other. Let's start this application by running ngserve. And in order to explain routing, I will have to move this code into a separate module. So we would navigate between those two modules. The one that I will move this code into and the new one that we will create. Okay, so let's create a new module called home. And then we will add home component TS and home component HTML. Here we will copy all this stuff and put it here, and we will have to export class home component and then write this decorator like this, app home, and the template URL will be this one that we've just populated. We will also need to insert this in the declarations array, home component. Okay, so we need to move the stuff that we've found here into this component. We will remove this as well as any unnecessary imports. Okay, as you can see now our app component is empty, and when we open the application at our localhost 4200 we can see that it is blank. Let's create another module called profile, and we will create profile component. HTML, like this. We will just say profile here and simply declare this class. Write decorator component, selector is app profile. I am not using generate component CLI command because it creates a lot of unnecessary boilerplate code, so I like to create my components like this. That's another cool tip for you to have in mind. It takes only less than a minute and you have the minimum possible code that you need. Okay, so this profile and this home are two different modules. They're two separate modules and screens that we wish to navigate between. So what do we need to make this work? First, let me commit these changes, since these are some major changes that we did. We're going to say git add, git commit. We will say create home and profile modules. And we're going to push Cool. Now, just like I said, our application is blank because when we go to app component, we can see that we don't have anything here. So what do we want to do? We want to go to a certain page based on this path. So if this is profile, we would open a profile, and if this is home, we would show home module. So how to implement that? First, we have to write router outlet here. And as you can see, I have an error, can't resolve symbol router outlet because we need to import router module into our app module. Okay, so this is only the first step. The second step is to define these routes, which I've talked about. We need a place where we will write the specification for these parameters or paths, URL paths. So to do that, we create a new file in the app directory called app routing.module.ts. Then we create an array of routes. We don't need to export, we will just define it as constant routes, and they are of type routes. Like I said, it is an array and array of objects, and this object has the following attributes. It has path. We said we will use home, and the component for this home will be the home component which we have created that contains the moved code. So the next is profile, and the component for that is profile component. So we need to export class app routing module, and we need a decorator ng module since this is a module, and this will contain router module dot for route routes, which we have created over here, and it will export router module. Now we need to import this app routing module into app module, like this. And let's see what do we have now. We still have a blank page because app component.html is showing router outlet, but we do not have anything past this. So let's see what happens when we write home. You can see that the home component is now displayed, and if we go to profile, we have the profile. So to repeat, we open app component, and this is an empty router outlet, and when we go to home like this, the app module catches this import, and it says, hey, if it is home, then open home component. And here is the logic, and here is the HTML that we are seeing here. But how do we solve this problem of getting blank page on index? Well, we can create a route for that as well, and usually we put it on top. So we create a path for empty string, and the component is something else. So in this case, this path is going to be taken into consideration, not this, but this empty. And then what should we do? We don't want to define a separate component, but we want to redirect to home. So what does this mean? When we have an empty path like this, then we will be redirected to home, and the home component will be shown. Similarly, if we write profile, we will be redirected to profile component. Let's have a look. To make sure this works, we will add path match full. Is it path match or something match? Yeah, path match full. Sorry, I forgot this. Yeah, it is path match full. Okay, if we want the index page to redirect to profile, we would write profile here. There we go. So this is actually very simple. And in order to navigate from home to profile, we would include a link. Let's try with a button. We will say go to profile. And when we go to home, we have go to profile, but nothing happens. We will move it outside of the form so that we don't confuse ourselves. We want to make sure that we go to profile on this button click. There are two ways to do that. The first and simpler way is to add router link profile. And when I click this, I don't get redirected to profile because I was missing this slash in the beginning. Okay, this is the easy way of routing. We can also do this with anchor links like this. Go to profile again. You can see that this router link works on almost every element. And now, what is the hard way? The hard way is usually when you have something else to do besides routing, which might be go to profile and log cabbage. So what do? We first log the cabbage, which is very important, and we route to the next page. How do we do that? We use router from Angular router package. And to do so, we write router.navigate, and then we open brackets, apostrophe, slash profile. And then, instead of this, we make a click handler and call this function like this. So now on this button click, we will log cabbage and then go to profile. Okay, guys and girls, in this lecture we're going to cover API and connection with backend. But first I want to push my changes to Git, which I've done in the previous video, and I forgot to do that, so I'm going to do that now. We implemented Angular routing. Git push. Okay, great. So we want to connect our application to backend. Which backend to use? I will find some fake REST API. I've used this one before. I think this one includes, to-dos and users, and this could be it. This is also something similar. And we might use this one since it's a little bit richer than this one. Okay, so let's imagine that this dummy JSON is our official backend to which we need to connect. And we want to show this iPhone 9, iPhone 10, leave 5 stars because I said 10 instead of X, Samsung Universe 9, just kidding, Huawei, etc. So these are the products that we wish to grab into our application. Let's create a new module called products so we don't get confused. Let me use Angular CLI this time. cd source app modules, yeah, and we're going to go nggc product, yeah, product module. Yeah, we have a product module and it's added to app module. Okay, I did this because I don't want to lose time on these types of things. And I want to show you this page in a separate path. So we're going to define a new path called product and use component called product component. Now when we go to product, yep, we have this product works text. Awesome. So how do we connect to this API from our application? Simply using services. So what we want to do is we want to create a new service called product.service.ts, and we want to declare a class called product service, and we want to write injectable decorator provided in root. Awesome. So this means that now we can use this product service anywhere inside our application in whatever module we wish. Okay, so what do we do next? Let's go with some best practices, like defining this URL as a constant variable in our environment file. So what is an environment file? We have this environment.ts and environment.prod. So what does it do? Well, environment files, it's hard for me to define them, so let's just find a definition online. In simple terms, it is a file which grabs the configuration from whether your application is in staging or production and applies the values of those attributes inside of the application. You see how complicated I explained it, and that's why I'm Googling it at the moment. Yeah, these attributes are specific for the environment in which the application is running. So before confusing you even more, I will just write API URL like this. And use the same for environment production true. And to explain you a little bit better this concept so that you understand it, actually you can read about it here. This file can be replaced during the file replacement scenario, and you will replace it where correct. When you build the application, the production one is used. And to explain this better, this would be, if this was a real world project, this would probably be like dev.dummyjson.com, and then production would not include this dev. So when you use this environment.api URL, depending on your environment, if it is production or dev, it would be this or dev.this. In our case, we have the same link for both, so we're just going to keep it the same. We will remove this products and append it later, since we just want the base URL here. Let's restore this. Okay, great. So what did we do so far? We have created a new component product, we have created a service, and we defined an API URL in our environment file. So inside of our service, we want to confirm this API URL and write it as environment.api URL. Cool. And now we want to create a method for getting these products. So let's name this method getProducts. What will this method return? It will return an observable. So just like I mentioned in the lecture when we talked about observables, I said that this is very important because our API communication will include a lot of observables. So we will just write observable, and now we have to specify this structure, how this observable is going to be structured, which model it is going to use. So without talking any more about this, let's create a model. We have this models folder, so we will just create a new file inside it and call it product.interface.ts. Export interface product. There are many naming conventions you can use. You can use product interface or just product or iProduct. This depends on the structure you already have in the project and defined rules. I'm just naming mine product, simply like this. And what do we have here? We have ID, which is a number. We have title, which is a string. We have description, which is also a string. I will not write all of these. We have price, category, brand, stock, rating, discount percent, and rating. I think this will be enough. Okay, we quickly created a model, and now we want to say that this observable is going to return an array of these products, like this. And this function will return HTTP call that returns products. And that's what this function is used for. But in order to return HTTP call that returns products, we have to use dependency injection. You remember these terms from previous lecture. So we inject HTTP client like this in the constructor to use it over here, this.http. And now, since we are getting the products, we use the getHTTP request method, and the first parameter is the URL, as you can see. And our URL is this.api URL, which is, if you remember, dummy JSON, but we are missing the product, so we are just going to append it like this. Products. Yeah, products. Okay, and we have this error because we have to manually specify that this type is product. And now we have to call this method, and we are going to do so in this ng-on-init. Again, we are using dependency injection, but this time we are not going to use HTTP client, we are going to use product service. And remember how important it is to distinguish which functions go where. We didn't use HTTP in the component directly and made a request here, but we separated it into the service, and then we injected this service into the component to call the method like this. In order to get products and make a request, make an HTTP request, we have to subscribe to this observable. So let's see what happens in the network tab of our application. We have an uncooked and promise null injection error, product service, HTTP client, HTTP client, HTTP client. So the error is no provider for HTTP client. What this means? This means that we are missing the HTTP client module in our imports array of app module. Now when we save and refresh, go to the network tab and refresh the page. Make sure that this XHR is selected. We can see that no requests are made because we're on the profile. When we go to products or product, we have this get request with the response of products with these iPhones. But you can see that we did not make the correct model. Can you see why? Because we expected this response to be of this type, but the type is limit, skip, total, and then an array of this. So we can easily fix this by writing product response and then total skip limit and then products. Which type? Well, product array. There we go. And we have to change in our service. Instead of product, this will be product response, but not an array. Why not array? Because the array of products is located here, as you can see, and these attributes are okay. We will see no changes in our code, but under the hood, we are correctly storing this call. Okay, so we have made an API call, but how do we log the data into the console, for example? And how do we handle the error? Well, simply inside of this subscribe, we create a fat arrow function, and we are going to write here products, but this name also has to be here. And what happens if there's an error? We just add comma, error, and then we also write another fat arrow function, and we can console error. As you can see, we now have the products log. To make it obvious, I'm going to say HTTP request is successful, and here is not successful. As you can see, HTTP request is successful, and we get the limit, skip, total, and products right over here. I will not go into more details in this video. I think this is very simple that I made this connection to backend as simple as possible for you, except this environment files, but I had to cover this environment to make sure that you place these API URLs in this place instead of copy pasting it into each service you create here like this and inside of this services folder. So I want you to be on the right path in the beginning. So yeah, this would be it. Let me quickly do what I forgot in the previous video. Implement API integration, git push. And see you in the next lecture where I will update the UI based on the response that we've got here. Thanks. Okay, guys and girls, in this lecture we are going to update our UI based on the response we get from this server. So, in order to do this, we need to create some HTML code. What happened here? Oh, my commit didn't pass because I was not in the root folder. You were probably laughing in the previous video because I didn't see this. Maybe you did. Let's see if this yeah, okay. So we want to update our UI based on these products. Since we're using Angular material, we're going to make use of some components like this card, for example. There's something more complex. Image. Yeah, we have thumbnail. Cool. So we want to use this thumbnail as well. So we will expand our model with thumbnail, which is of type string. And we're going to use the card like this. If we go to HTML, list of products. Okay. What else do we have here? It's using the background image as a CSS. Right. Okay, here's our Shiba Inu dog. And instead of that, we want to have just this. We don't want avatar. We don't want the subtitle. We want the host to have a margin left of 1 rem. We're going to set this like this. A little bit of CSS. Yeah, this is better. And what do we want to do is we want to update this list of products with 30 products that we received from this API. So in order to do that, we want to declare our array, which is called products, and they are of type product array equals empty array. And now metcard ng for each product of products. And now we will get a blank page because products is an empty array. And if we assign this response, which is better to call it product response, because it contains skip, limit, total, and products. Okay, now as you can see, we have 30 Shiba Inus. Why? Well, because we have 30 products returned from our API, and here we go, let product of products and display this for each product. So instead of Shiba Inu, we want to display product.title. Then instead of this, we want to display product.thumbnail and to define a dynamic alt attribute, you use attribute.alt equals product.title, and this description will be product.description. So we go through each product of this product array, and as a title we set this product title, as an image we set this thumbnail, as an alt text we provide a title, and finally as a description we provide this product.description. And this products array is initially empty, but after our API request we initialize it with the data we get from the response. So if we save this and go here, we can see that our UI is updated with the data that was received right over here. And this is beautiful. Except one thing, because I cannot look at this and say this is a perfect solution. And this is why I'm creating this course, to share some very important best practices that you can achieve using Angular. And this is something that came out in Angular 14 in developer preview, but as of Angular 15, it came out as a public thing, so everyone can use it. And I'm talking about image directives. So what is it? You have seen that these images initially loaded very slow, and Angular found a way to make this faster. And in order to do so, the first thing is to import this ng-optimized image, but the main thing is to replace source with ngSource. So in order to activate it, instead of this, we would write ngSource. Actually, my project is not Angular 15 because I wanted to cover the update of project from previous version to the newest version of Angular, and as you can see, my current project version is Angular 13. So this is not a good time to show some Angular 15 features, but just so you know, before I record the video of updating Angular previous to next version, instead of this source, you would use ngSource and include this ng-optimized image, and you would get a lot of benefits, like I think it's 75%. I think it's 75% with this ngSource. Yep. 75% improvements in LCP in a Lighthouse lab test, which is amazing. And I definitely encourage you to replace your source with ngSource and enjoy the benefits. Okay, so this was updating UI with the response from the API. And in the next video, I plan to cover updating. Probably this will be a good time to update this project version from 13 to the latest 15, and then we can use ngSource to see how it works. Yeah, that would be good. So let's commit these changes first. Git add, git commit. We're going to say update UI based on the response from API. Git push. Cool. See you in the next video. Okay, guys and girls, in this lecture we're going to cover updating our application to the newer version. So we will close all of these files and we're going to see the website that will help us in upgrading. Okay, so as we can see in our project, and as we could have seen in the previous video, we have Angular version 13.1. So we want to upgrade from 13 to 15. And yeah, this is important. Angular applications should be updated one major version at a time. So since we are updating from 13 to 15, we want to select first 13 to 14 and then we will upgrade from 14 to 15. I decided to put this lecture into this course because you will if you want to work as an Angular developer, you will have to at some point upgrade your Angular application. And since every major release is released every 6 months, you want to have this tool in your tool belt so that you know how to do that. So the first step is to go to this Angular update guide and then select one major version above and then select your app complexity. You can always select advanced and ignore the features that you don't need. Since our application is, less than basic, I will select basic and see what to do. It's simple as completing these steps one by one. So the first thing is to run ng update, and we're going to do that. We can stop this process because it doesn't make sense to have our application running while it is being updated. Just to let you know, this update thing is not going to take so much time. It should not take you a lot of hours, especially if you're doing one by one major version at a time, like we are doing at the moment, 13 to 14 and then 14 to 15. And if you follow these steps closely, you will not have any problems at all. Okay, so first these dependencies are updated. Then we are going to update our material version because we selected that we use Angular material. This process should not take so much time. So we're just going to wait until it's completed. Now it's installing some packages. Migration completed. There it is. The next repository is not clean. Please commit or stash any changes before updating. Okay, we're going to make a commit. Upgraded what? Core and CLI to version 14. And then we're going to run the previous command, ng update. You noticed I didn't write git push immediately. That is because I can make many commits on my local machine and then push when I'm ready. So I decided to git push after the entire upgrade process is complete. So right now I added and committed this first step, and then I will commit the second step, or maybe if it's not required, I will wait for other things to be done. Okay, migration completed. Angular now uses for read more. Okay, I will read. Make sure you're using Node 14.15. We're going to see which Node version are we using. It's 16, so this is okay. 4 models now require generic type parameter version. You can opt out using the untyped version for all classes. Okay, remove out summaries from testbed since no one is in Ivy. We don't use this. If you're using vertical stepper, horizontal stepper, okay. Remove headers from. We don't use it. Resolvers, okay. You don't need to do anything. Okay, git add, git commit. The latest change was update Angular material to 14. And before git push, let's see if our application will be built successfully or will be run successfully. We're not building it yet. As you could have seen, this migration was done in 5 minutes maybe. So this is not a pain in the ass. It might be a pain in the ass if you are migrating from JS or you're migrating, Angular JS, or you're migrating from earlier versions, but this is not a problem at all. Okay, as you have seen, the application works, products are here. Now let's update from 14 to 15, and we will have the latest. Wow, why there are so many changes here? Big release. Make sure you're using support version of JS. As you have seen, we are using 16 point something. Let's see if 16.13, yeah, that's it. We do. Make sure you're using support version of Typescript before support Typescript. We do. Check Typescript version. I didn't know this command. 452. Wow. I'm not using it. Why I thought? Upgrade Typescript. npm. I think this will update it. Cool. Let's go. Next. Okay, here's the upgrade process. Core and CLI. Oh, this is material. But remember what happened when we tried to run this command? It said make sure to commit or stash your changes. So before running this, we will have to commit this successful migration. Well, I'm actually curious how our project will look with this update. Because I'm releasing this course several days after Angular 15 came out, so this is my first upgrade to Angular 15. Even at my regular jobs, it's still not a thing to consider updating to 15, because it is still so new. I might suggest this soon, but there are always some more important stuff to be done. So yeah, upgrade core and CLI to 15. Cool. And upgrade material. Let's say this is done. In the 15, prefer keyframes with problem. This means that we're not using any keyframes, but this is related to CSS animations. In your applications tsconf, remove enable Ivy. Let's see if our tsconfig has this enable ID. No, it does not. So we can say that we are sure that we don't use it. Make sure to use decorators in base classes which allow you to implement constructors and dependencies inside the class. Injectable. Oh, you know what decorators are. And injectable, we created this product service. And this is a decorator. Okay, this Angular material update is complete. And it says that decorators in base classes with child classes that inherit constructors use we are not using any inheritance in this project, so that we can say we are safe. In 15, set disable state of one attached up to for. Okay, we're not using this. Active route snapshot, relative link resolution, not using iframes, injector, testbed, using provided in injectable token is deprecated. As you have probably seen, we're using provided in root, which is still a thing, but provided in ng module is deprecated. So, okay, provided in any is deprecated, same as any, okay. Update instances of router linked ref. Angular Material 15. Many of the components have been refactored to the base on the official material design components and decision. Okay, we will see if this is okay when we run our application. Okay, ngServe. So the only problem we might have could be with this Angular Material 15, where components have been refactored, but we will see if that's the case with the components we have used in the project. Compile successfully, refresh. List of products. As we can see, these cards are normal. Let's see what happened with the buttons. And yep, fields are also normal. At some extent. I mean, this is lack of CSS that we didn't copy or didn't apply a certain class. Definitely. So yeah, actually this works, but in the IDE it says that it's missing, probably caused by the update. I can reopen the IDE and it will disappear, but for now the most important thing is that it works. And let me check what we've talked about earlier, this ngSource, and it will throw an error because it's not known property of image. So what did we say we are missing and we need to add? It's ng optimized image. And if we go to products, this is profile. Why did I create similar named components? Directive has detected that the recorded are missing. Oh, we need width and height. Okay, no problem. I'm literally playing right now with the new Angular 15 changes while recording a lecture. I don't know how smart that is, but you'll not probably blame me for this. Yeah, this is cool. I think there's also priority tag, which, for example, if we can make one image load, one or more images load before others, mark them as priority. So let's add this tag for image that's that has this title. So we will say attribute priority only if product.title is equal to this. True, else null. It is done in that way. So yeah, the priority is added to this image. Fetch priority auto. Okay, I think this is not the time to experiment, but I wanted to stress this NgSource and these image directives in Angular 15. So make sure to add this priority to your images that you wish to load before everything, and use NgSource for your images to gain 75% performance boost in Lighthouse, which is very important for the first contextual paint. Yep, so yeah, upgrade to Angular 15 is done. To summarize, you just have to follow these checkboxes one by one, step by step, and for almost each one of them you have a read further link to see more information about each checkbox. Let's finish our Git journey, Git status, Git add, Git commit, upgrade to Angular 15 done. Yay! Awesome. Thank you so much for watching, and this concludes the chapter 4. So what we're going to do next in chapter 5 is use some advanced Angular techniques, which will be, something that not everyone, especially juniors in Angular, know how to do. So make sure you have understood this chapter 4 before diving into chapter 5, although there's not too much connection, but it's very good for you to grasp this, to understand what we've done so far, to be able to have an even better and clearer picture of what we're planning to do next. Thank you for watching, and see you in the next chapter. You've been doing good so far, just to say that you're progressing. See you. Hello students, and welcome to chapter 5, in which we will cover some advanced Angular things. First, we're going to start with lazy loading. Lazy loading is loading of modules in an Angular applications one by one. By default, Angular eagerly loads the entire application, and then it shows certain modules based on where you navigate or route to. But if we have a complex, huge application, we want to individually load these modules depending on which route user goes to. So the first thing when you want to lazy load the application is to create a separate module file for each of this module. And the second step is to do the routing. So the first step is much harder and takes a lot more time. And let's start with it right now. So we want to create a home module ts file. Then we want to create this product module file, and we want to create this profile module file. Okay, now we need to move these imports and declaration to appropriate modules. So we will remove these declarations from here and put one here, and one here. We will need to write some boilerplate code here. Like this. Declarations, we set home component. Here we have product module, and the declaration will be product component. And finally we have profile module, declaration is profile component. Okay, since we have moved this component into this module, we have to make sure that each of these directives and components and symbols we are using have to be declared inside of this module. So we can move these imports into here. And put them like this. We're using this deprecated material components since we're using Angular 15, but of course you go to official Angular material documentation and find the current components that are being used. Okay, so this actually card module is not used in the home. Card is used, if you remember, in products. So we're going to put it here, but we're using button and input module inside. Here it is, input. Mat input module is used in home module. Okay, what else is left in app module? Is browser animation, shared. Okay, shared is used because of header and footer. We have header and footer at home. We have header and footer at home. So we're going to put shared module here as well. We don't need it here. Forms module and reactive forms module is a part of home module. What else do we have? ngOptimize image is used for products. Then HTTP client is okay to be in app module, and yep, that would be it. Router module is used in home module as well, because if you remember, we're navigating this. A lot of errors are expected in this process, so let's see if we are lucky that for some reason we didn't get any errors, because it's very hard to separate from one module to other without this. Let's see. Yep, a lot of them. The first one is app header is not a known element. Yeah, because we have to import shared module everywhere, not just in home module. Profile module, shared. Okay. Let's try again. What do we have now? App header is not a known element. Is this the previous error, or we can check it out if we open a brand new window. App header is not a known element in home component. Home component, app header, home component is declared here, imported in declarations here, shared module is here, and header component is here. So why it is not a known element? Let's see. Shared module. Oh, because we need to export these components what we did. Okay, it's exported. What else could have gone wrong? Yeah, shared module. Let's see if we remove this, what will happen. Are other modules okay? Met card is not a known element in product component. This. And why is that? Met card module deprecated. Let's see if we have anything here. HTTP client. Yeah. These are some common modules that should be imported. So maybe it's that. No. Declarations. Oh, we have to import. Oh, forgot. In your app module, you want to import home module, then product module, and then profile module. And now we have everything compiled successfully. And if we go to each component, you can see that we have everything working. But we cannot mention product, sorry. Product, yeah, list of products. Great. As you could probably guess, the application is still eagerly loaded. It's just that I separated these declarations and module imports into other modules. So this is the first part of lazy loading. The second part is implementing the routing for this. So in order to implement routing, we go to our app routing module, and instead of directly declaring this like home component, profile, and product, we write load children. So when I go to product, instead of showing this product component, I want to load children. And how do I do that? I create this function and I write import, and now I have to find where this module is, product module. So it is in modules, product module. And since this is a promise, it says then m dot product module. And this is the definition of lazy loading, how to lazy load these modules. We are going to do the same for the profile. Yep, there it is. And the same for home. Yep, there it is. But just like we have this app routing module, we need to have profile routing module, product module, and home routing module. So it's easy to create that. Just write home routing module, then product routing module and profile routing module. There we go. In home routing modules, we do the same thing we did in app routing module before. Let me remove these unused imports, which was path empty path. And why I'm writing empty path? Because it will go, when I go into home, it will open this routing module, and there's no need to write home once again because it's already written in app routing module. So path empty, but component is home component. And this is home routing module. And we do the same for this. Empty path, product component, and product routing module, and the same for profile routing module, profile component. There we go. Now let's open our application, and as you can see, the product is not loading at all. Why? When we go to app routing module, we see path profile, import, it goes to profile module, but this profile module does not in any scenario contain this routing module. So there is product routing module, but it's not imported into our module, so that's just like it doesn't exist. So we just write here. This is actually profile module, so we're going to implement profile routing module. We go to product module, we import product routing module, and we go to home module and import home routing module. And this concludes almost. The router is providing more than this can happen if fork is used outside of the router. Correct. Sorry for not mentioning this. As you could have seen in app routing module, we have for root routes, but we cannot have for root everywhere in these routing modules. In such cases, for lazy loading, we use, you guess, for child. So we just replace this for root with for child, and now this should conclude the lazy loading in the application. Now, when I go to localhost 4200, only the profile module is loaded. Now, this is such a small module that you cannot see the change in what we had before and now, but on large complex application, this change and lazy loading is huge. And when I go to product, only now the entire product module, including all of these imports, all of these components, all of this text, and this logic is loaded only when I go to product route. And this is easily seen here. Only when I go to product, load its children. Only when I go to profile, load this module and load this module. Lazy loading is important. You might get a task to do that, and if you have your own Angular application, I encourage you to implement it from beginning, especially if you have a plan to create a complex large application in future. Okay, we are already over 16 minutes, and I think it's time to say goodbye to this lecture and say hello next time in the new lecture, which is NgRx State Management. And see you there. Bye. Hello students, and welcome to NgRx lecture in chapter 5. NgRx is a state management library that allows you to manage state within your application. It also allows you to isolate side effects and unlock productivity. Let me show you a diagram so you can understand better. If you remember from previous chapter, we had a communication between this component and a service. But what happens when we want to have a communication from another component and this service for the same data? For example, you see that this get method is called from product component. But what if we want to call the same, if we want to have the same data cached or saved somewhere, so we don't have to call again this API to get the data? This is where store comes into play. So once we have dispatched an action and went through the effects, go to the service to get the data, this data is now stored in the store. So next time we're going to get the data through this selector into our component. And not only this component, whatever component we want. We just call this selector, which is an observable, and we get the data from the store. So let's start with implementation of NgRx store, and it's a good practice to have it installed from the beginning and work on it later on. There's a lot of boilerplate code. I think I memorized it and forgot if I forget something and I have to Google it, but I think this is not a complex application and I think it will be good. Let's start slowly. So first we will have to create a state folder in the app level below. So we need to create several files which are shown in this diagram. We need actions, we need reducer, we need effects, and selector. So let's start by creating those files. Since we will work with the products, we will call this product actions.ts. Next we need product.reducer. Then there are effects. Then there are selectors. And then there's finally product state module.ts. Awesome. Now let's start with the installation of NgRx. To install NgRx, we will use the command npm install. Oh, we have some errors. Yeah, we are using the latest version and the NgRx store is 14. You probably will not have this issue since by the time you watch this video, Angular 15 will be stable and the libraries will support it, but I can solve this by adding this flag. Yep, awesome. I will also need to have NgRx effects. Probably I will have to do the same. Yeah, legacy peer depths flag. And yep, we're up and running. NgRx store and effects are now installed. So let's start with actions. We're going to create 3 actions. The first action is going to be in this direction. It will be called get products. We will dispatch this action when we want to get products from either from service or from the store. We will talk about that later on. The next 2 actions will be the response from here. There's a successful response or a failed response. So we're going to make sure that we cover both scenarios. Get products. We're going to call create action method. The first parameter is a string. We're going to call it product actions get products. Simple as that. The second action is going to be get product success. And now this action will have these props, which is the response from the backend. Let me import it from NgRx store, and it will be product response. I need a pair of parentheses here, and we have get products fail, and we're going to write error, which will be a simple message of type string. So we have get products success with the response, and get products fail with error. Great, our actions are defined. Now let's go to the reducer. In the reducer, we want to write product feature key, which we will use as a constant, like this. Then we need a simple interface called product state, which will contain our products. When we retrieve them, it will be of type product, and there will be an error, and there might not be an error, so we're going to put a question mark. And we need to define initial state. So what is the initial value for the above attributes? Interface initial state. This will actually be a constant because we need to initial state, yeah. And this will be of type product state, and it will be the initial version, which is of course empty array, and error is undefined. Awesome. Now we need to define our reducer, and we're going to write export const product reducer, and we're going to create it using this create reducer method, and we need to provide this product state, and I think that we now need to provide initial state, and then we use on methods, yeah. On action. So which action? Well, get product success. What? We will use state and action, and we're going to put state like this, and products will be action.response. Where are my... Did I just put actions into state module? Sorry for this. This should be in the actions. Okay, so why I navigated to actions? Because I wanted to show you this props. In the reducer, I'm assigning this response I get to this product state. Why do we have... we need 3 dots. Okay, similarly, you can guess we need to do the same for get products fail, but it will be a little bit different. You can guess even what. Oopsie daisy. The difference will be error, and it will be action.error. So on success, we're populating products, and on fail, we're populating error. Great. Now we need to... yeah, this is for the reducer. There is one issue. Yeah, product actions. Awesome. Products. Wait, why do we have this error? Type product response is missing the from action response dot products, because our response contains products attribute. So that's why we need to add products here. Awesome. So we have our actions and reducer completed. That's great. The next thing that we're going to do is create an effect. So first we're going to write export class products effects. Similarly, just like we are writing the service, we're just going to write injectable. And inside of this product effects, we're going to write load products. This will actually be an HTTP call to the server. Create effects. Actually, I will need create effect method, not s. And it is going to be like this. I need actions, so I will need a constructor first. Constructor private actions is going to be actions. What else? I will probably need the product service to call the get product service. Awesome, and I think that's it. I won't need anything else. Okay, so now we're going to use this actions pipe. This is boilerplate, so don't be scared if you don't understand some things of type. So which action will this effect listen to? It's going to listen to get products action. And then it will, I will switch map, and I will write action like this, and I will return this dot product service dot get products dot pipe. Now we're going to map response, but not actually map it. It's just to call this get product success. Yeah, and it's going to have response of res. Yep. And if I write response here, then I can just write response like this. Okay, but what about an error? We're going to write catch error, and then send this like this of get products fail, and the error message will be error.toString. What happened here? Catch error. I need to import it from RxJS. Let me see if I forgot something. So load products, we're going to create effect of type get products. So it's going to be called when we call get products. And on success, we're going to call get product success, and on fail, we're going to call get products fail, passing this error. That's cool. Awesome. Effects is now done. It's easy to make a mistake here, especially because it's a boilerplate. Just like I said, you're probably going to copy paste this, so don't worry. I don't worry too much about it, neither should you. Let's go to create selector. We're almost done. We're going to create get product state, and we're going to create feature selector, and we're going to put it as a type product state, and this will be product feature key. Awesome. Next, yep, I think we're ready to create our selector. Export const get products, and we're going to call create selector, and we need a selector, so this is get product state, and then we have this state, which is of type product state, and we will return in this selector state dot. Let me show you quickly. This is our product state. We have products and error. And in this selector, we want to return products because it's get products. Simple as that. Awesome. The final thing which is left is this product state module, which is classic class, which we've created tens of times so far, with its decorator ng module, its imports, its exports, and I think there will be no need to export anything. It's just that we have to be careful to import both store module and effects module. So we're going to write store module dot for feature, and this feature is product feature key, and now we need a reducer. How did we call this reducer? We called it product reducer. Awesome. Next one is effects module. Same thing for feature. And now, how do we implement this? We need to add these effects. Product effects. What does it receive? Array of feature effects. Yep, this will do it. Awesome. And now we need to import this product state module into our product module, like this. Whew, I'm afraid to run this because we've typed a lot of code, and yeah, I'm actually missing something in app module, which is store module dot for root and effects module dot for root. Let's see, what do we have now? Yep, that's it. Awesome. Actually, we have to call this products module. This is where the fun starts. There we go. Okay, so do you now understand this picture, what we've done so far and what we need to do? We have created effects, action, reducer, selector. We have our service component, and now we need to make these interact with each other. So when we open product component, instead of directly calling the service, we're just going to remove this. We're going to add our store. And now we're going to write this .store.select get products. What are we selecting? We're selecting this from the selector to get the state products. Awesome. To see the data, we will subscribe to it and then log data. Let's observe the console. Array of empty string. This is expected because if we open our reducer, we can see that the initial state is empty array, just like we have it here. So how do we trigger the call to backend? Let's open our effects file. Create effect of type get products. So we need to dispatch this action. We need to trigger this action. How do we do that? Well, we simply call this.store.dispatch and now action. get products. But now we have the same name for the selector and for the action, which is not good. Get products action. And now we will have to rename our effects as well. Get products action. And I think this is the only place where we use this. So let's get back to this component. Get products action. Like this. Oh, there we go. Now if you refresh the page, we can see two events dispatch. Why two? Well, the first one is the initial state, and the second one is after we've got data from backend. Awesome. You can see that the UI doesn't work. Well, this is because we have to assign our data to the products array. There we go. There's one thing that I need to mention before I say goodbye to you, and this is a possible memory leak. Now, what is this? You can see that we have subscribed to this observable, but we never unsubscribe. And we've talked about unsubscribing and subscribing and how important that is. So let me finish this chapter 5 and these tutorial lessons, except the bonus section, with the best common practice in Angular that you should definitely use as much as possible. So forget about subscribe, forget about subscribing, because you every time you subscribe there's an option you will forget to unsubscribe, and this is hard to catch. So always try to use something like this. Watch. I'm going to take this products and put it as of type observable of product array. Or sorry for this, I'm switching these keyboards a lot, so I might not, yeah, there it is, be able to quickly find what I need. And what I'm going to do now is to assign this.store.select get products. Now, if you look closely, I didn't subscribe to it. I just assigned this observable to this products array. So, if you watch closely, you can see that the request is made, but the products are not there. And to do that, we need to, instead of ngLet, this will not work because, as you can see, observable product null is not assignable to ng iterable null. So what do we need to do is use async pipe. And ladies and gentlemen, you have the best way of showing data and values from observables in Angular HTML templates. What we have done is we have implemented store, we have implemented effects, we connected them, and we presented that data using async pipe with automatic subscription and unsubscription. I think there isn't a better way to finish this chapter and this tutorial lesson. Please do let me know if you need more clarity on it. I'm open in Q&A section. You can contact me directly. And I hope you are satisfied with what you've seen in this course. Thank you, and I hope that I see you some other time. Enjoy the resources. Don't forget to complete the quizzes. I want you to leave this course with a lot of knowledge, what we've covered, and feel free to watch again several times certain videos. Sorry if I skipped some parts or went through something too fast, it's very hard for me to know at which level you are currently at and to focus on those things, but I hope that at least somehow I helped you dive into Angular and for you to start working on your new Angular projects. Okay, I'm not good at these talks. Do let me know if you need my help, and see you in the bonus section. Thanks. Hey students, and welcome to the bonus section of this course. The first thing in the bonus section will be how to deploy your Angular application to the cloud so that you can show it to your new boss, friends, rest of the world. And I've chosen a way to deploy it which is similar to how libraries are deployed. If you see a demo of some kind of a npm package, you will see it's deployed to GitHub pages. And it's the most simple one without the need to install new libraries and like Firebase or AWS and services like that. So we also created a repository. We also have a rich commit history, and this repository will be available to you, which I used so that you can view commits, view the code, and use it however you wish. And we will also now use it to deploy our application to the cloud. So let's follow the instructions. Create repository, configure local project, create and check out a Git branch named G8 pages. Okay, we don't have this, but we do have a different branch. Let's see, what's it called? Git branch feature dark footer. I see. Okay, well, what we can do is we can practice GitHub a little bit, Git a little bit, and then merge feature into, we will say deploy to prod, so that we have all our changes on the main branch. And this merge is complete. Awesome. Now we will follow the instructions as per Angular documentation. We're first going to check out main, pull, and then check out B, GH pages. Okay, what's next? Build your project using GitHub project name with Angular CLI command ng-build, and the following options will represent the name of the project you give GitHub. Be sure to include the slashes. Okay. Let's do it. Base ref. My project name is my course app. Okay. There we go. When the build is complete, make a copy of docs index.html and name it docs4h4.html. Commit your changes and push. When the build, make a copy of docs index.html. So we just need to duplicate this. Okay. On your GitHub project page, go to settings, scroll down the GitHub page to configure the site to publish from the docs folder. Let's have a look at this. Go to the settings, code automation, click pages, source deploy from a branch, under build and deployment. Yeah, we didn't push GH pages yet, but it will be visible once we do. Okay, so the next step that they mentioned is to make a copy of docs index.html and to duplicate it. I think the easiest way to do it is to open it in Finder, and rename it like this. Awesome. Git add, git commit, prepare project for GitHub pages deploy, and git push into this branch. Awesome. Now this branch is also on GitHub. There it is. Optionally, click save. Click save. Why save is enabled? Ah, it's already saved. Okay. Click on the GitHub Pages link at the top of GitHub Pages section. Here's GitHub Pages section, but let me refresh. Ah, here it is. Visit site. Oh, this is just a README file. It needs to serve index.html. It's serving README file, but it should be serving, maybe it should serve from docs. No. Let's see. Unpublished site, visit site, custom domain, visibility. Why isn't anybody mentioning? If you choose docs, remove. You gave us something available. Simple Google search. That hosting. What will happen if I remove MD? But just a second. If I go to the code, yeah, actually it does serve this code, because as you can see we have README here. Maybe because docs is not pushed. Maybe it's because it is in git ignore. Docs, no. But git status, where is the docs on? There's GitHub pages, docs, index.html. So it should serve from docs and not from root. So we go to settings, pages, docs. And yep, this should be it. Maybe we need some time for it to work, but we are on the branch GitHub pages and docs. Let's try to merge to master. Merge, merge, settings, pages. It works now. And now I'm interested whether is it working, because I merged the GH pages to master, which doesn't make sense. Let me revert that so I can prove it to myself and you that it does not make sense for this to work after this merge. Okay, the merge is reverted, and now it's still working. So yeah, it needed some time. That was the problem. This deploy, of course, it needs time for changes to propagate. And now everything we deployed to GH pages, it will be served from the docs folder. And yep, there we go. Here's our website. Let's go to the product. It's cool to see it online. Yep. Awesome. And this is how you actually deploy your website in easiest possible way for me online. Sorry for not knowing about this. I don't remember when was the last time I deployed to GitHub. So yeah, but we did it. Eventually we found out a way how to do it. And this is a cool way to share what you've done. And like I said, a lot of libraries use this approach to show a demo of the plugin or of the package. So yeah, now you see that it's not a big deal to deploy it. It's a little bit harder when you have to deploy backend as well, but that may be content for another course. Who knows? There's one more video with a conclusion and gifts. Check it out. I hope you will like it and that you like this course in general. So see you in the last video.